Mm, mm. All right, guys. So we're live on YouTube. This is going to be a good show. Let me put out the tweet on Twitter real quickly. We're going to be discussing racism, politics, investing. I'm going to bring over the Twitter community to YouTube. So give me 1 second. I'll post it up on Twitter now. Make one for Twitter, and here is the link. Boom. All right. So give me 1 second. I'll put out the tweets. Put out the tweet. Put out the tweet. Share it in some group chats. Share it in some group chats. All right. Okay, so I added some people. If you want to request, it's in the description. It's also in the comment section. You just click that on StreamYards, and you'll be able to be brought up as a speaker. So I want to debate a Nazi, a Groiper. If there's any Groipers down there in the audience, grab a mic and come on up here. I want to know why your leader, Nick Fuentes, is a Mexican, because that's quite silly. So grab a mic. I'm just waiting for a couple people to come over from Twitter. You know, there seems to be a brownification of the Nazis, and that's something that is very unusual. You got people like the Gypsy Crusader, an actual gypsy. Hitler killed 500,000 gypsies during World War II. He has a criminal background that dates back to 2005, drug trafficking, drug dealing. He had unregistered firearms. This guy is a convicted felon, spent years in prison, and he has the audacity to go on Omegle and point the finger at black people. So I want to talk about that. So if you want to grab a mic, come on up. Let me see if I can see the show comments on stage. Okay, so if you someone type a comment on YouTube, I want to see if it comes up on the stage here. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up. All right, show comments on stage. Yeah, so Nick Fuentes, also a criminal. He assaulted a elderly Jewish woman for knocking on his door, kicked her down a flight of stairs, stole her phone, pepper sprayed her in the face. Why is he not in prison? He incited the Capitol riot. Why is he not in prison? He's clearly a Fed. So let's talk about that. I'm just waiting for my boy Dr. Urban to join the space. If you want to come on up, I want to debate a Nazi. So if you're a Nazi, feel free to grab a mic and come up on stage. This is streaming live to X as well. So there's a bigger audience over on X, but let's see what happens. So my name's Dr. Davinsky. I'm a social liberal. I've been traveling the world for 4 years now. I haven't been back to Australia. Some people say I'm on the run. You can make that as you will. Uh, Ron, if you're down there in the listeners, grab a mic. Grab a mic. So this is the Kalugi crew. There's about 5 of us that are going to do in real life protesting, and we're going to go around rage baiting Nazis, liberals, and every. Who are you? My name is Dr. Davinsky. You can go follow me on Twitter. Okay, we got someone joining. Oh, it's okay. This should be working better now. We got what's up, Jelani? Jelani, can you hear me? Oh, is that goddamn Blend? Yo, Blend, come on up. Jelani, are you there? I can't hear you if you're talking. Unmute your mic. Yeah, I'm in bed. Swahili. My girlfriend is Swahili, actually. She's from Tanzania. So I am pro miscegenation. We got to bring hybrid vigor into the population. We got to have more of a genetic diversity. So if you're against that, grab a mic and come on up. Jelani, I can't hear you if you're talking. Let me put this out on Twitter. Let's get some more people in here. Jelani, moonlighter, shorty look good in the moonlight. Is it Tanzania or Tanzania? Zania. Tanzania or Tanzania? I usually say Tanzania. It's quite an impressive country, actually. They've, for tourists in Africa, I think it's a top 5 destination. They have some beautiful beaches there. They got an island. What's the island there called? The famous island. I don't know. I think they have the Serengeti National Park there. So I'll be going to Tanzania. Right now, I'm in the Dominican Republic. Yeah, I'm Australian. Yep. So, Bob, why don't you grab a mic and come on up? Why don't you come on up? We got 7 people in here, guys. If you want to come up and debate me on Nazism, why miscegenation is good, and why Nick Fuentes is a Mexican criminal, any of those topics, come on up. Got 9 people in here. I've debated Myron Gaines. I've debated Pearl Davis. I've debated Tariq Nasheed numerous times. Tariq Nasheed loves me, actually. I'm going to visit him in Los Angeles and go to the Hidden History Museum. So, guys, grab a mic. The StreamYard's link is in the description. You don't need an account. You can just put in a username. You can turn off your camera and debate me. Hopefully, we get a Groiper up here. The Groipers are the weirdest kind of people. I have debated Has before, actually. One of my videos on YouTube is debating Has. Dr. Dre, why don't you come on up, grab a mic, and tell us about the ACP? So the link is in the bio. You just press it, and you don't need any username. Oh, good. We're getting 15 streams right now. This is pretty good. Okay, we got a request. We got Jelani is back. My man, Jelani. Jelani, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we're breaking records here. We got 16 live viewers. See, I'm telling you, this is already bigger than a Twitter space.
You said we got 16?
Yeah, 16.
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna put it on Twitter now. Get some. Oh, we got 18. We're up to 18 people. All right, I'm gonna
Wow.
post this on Twitter. We'll get some more speakers up here. Keep the
That's what's up.
conversation going, Jelani. And you can promote your look. If we blow up on YouTube, we're all gonna blow up together. We can promote your your whatever you want, really.
Okay.
Let's put this
All right.
up on Twitter.
I said Jelani means.
Come and
It
talk
means,
on
if you're asking what
YouTube.
my name means, it means mighty in Swahili.
Oh, your name is actually Swahili?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hold on.
someone
Hold
in the
on.
comment section said he was talking about your name being Swahili. Swahili is actually a very beautiful language. When I was at university, I used to listen to so it was an instrumental soundtrack, and I used to study to it because I like to study the music that has like words that I can't understand. Because if you have lyrics, it's hard to concentrate because you're always in that kind of mode of listening to the words. But when it's in a different language, you can make up your own interpretation, and really beautiful, actually, the Swahili language. It's like a real mix between kind of like a Bantu
Yeah.
language with some like Arabic infusion. That's what Swahili is. But
Uh-huh.
Arabic by itself is not a very nice language, like humbla, 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 like this. But Swahili is a nice
Right.
language.
Okay, yeah,
We got
yeah.
30 people
Yeah.
in
My
here.
mom's best. Oh, that's
Your
cool.
mum's
That's cool.
what?
Yeah, my mom's best friend. My mom's best friend. She was, she was like she was very Pan African in the '80s, and so yeah, she gave me a Swahili name. It goes
So
with my middle name.
Are you FBA or are you a Teva?
No, no, yeah, yeah, I am foundational. I'm foundational.
I'm a foundational white Australian. You know, we do have a Teva
Right.
problem in Australia as well. But the Tevas in Australia are white Tevas, you know. So look, I can actually understand where the FBAs are coming from. For the audience that don't know, FBA are foundational black Americans. So these are the people that are kind of, you know, a core population, the foundation of America. I'm foundational white Australian, so I'm Celtic for the most part. And so, look, the problem that I have with immigrants is that they do come over and they do think that they're better than the native population that built the country. And they have this air of superiority about them, which I don't like. So I can actually understand where Tariq Nasheed comes from when he talks about the Tevas and how they speak down on Black Americans, because a lot of the Greeks, a lot of the Italians, they come to Australia and they do the same thing. They shit on the Anglo Celts, the people who built the country, and think they're better than us. They say we don't have culture. You know, they fly their shitty little flags in their car.
Right.
And like, I really think that, look, if you're in a country, you shouldn't fly another flag besides the national flag. I went to in Sydney where I used to live. There's this place called Leichhardt, and that's a predominantly Italian suburb. And so I went into a public library there, and they had about
Mhm.
a dozen Italian flags and not a single Australian flag. And I'm like, wow, okay, if this was a private
Wow.
library, that would be one thing, but this is a public library where everyone's taxes pay for. How do you have a foreign flag representing this suburb, but not a
Yes,
single
Bob.
Australian
I'm in the
flag?
U.S., Bob. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Davinsky. I was just answering the chat.
Okay, did you hear what I said about the
Yeah.
Italian flag? I think we
Right.
need to
Right.
ban other flags in our countries.
Well, America was built on freedom of speech. So, um, which everything has its consequences, and especially freedoms. Too much
Oh,
of anything, too much of anything is bad for you. But at the same time, so you know what? When it comes to countries who are like foundational countries, not countries who are built by immigrants, but countries who are built foundationally, from the soil and by the people, I would agree to maybe having a ban on flying different flags in countries like that, right? Because those countries are foundational. Their people
but
have
we
been
are
there.
foundational. We've also gone through ethnogenesis. Like, you
Okay,
know,
so
you're Black American. Your people were there for hundreds of years. White Americans, for the same
sure,
part, foundational. The same with my people. My people been here since 1788, and we built the country. So, like, you know, this is our country. Where you're American, I'm Australian. You know, like, how much of our ethnic heritage do we really like
right.
attribute to us? You know, like you might know, okay, I'm a bit West African, maybe I got some DNA here, but you don't know the language, you don't really know the culture. So your culture is American, the same way that my culture is Australian. Even though I'm Celtic, I'm Irish and Hungarian. I don't speak Irish, I don't speak Hungarian.
That's
You know,
true.
I know it's a part of my ancestry, but I'm Australian and I'll die for Australia.
Right. So like I completely agree with that. And but I'm only speaking in the context of um a country that's built by immigrants. See, right now I'm just talking about nationality. I'm not even talking about how long you've been on the land or anything like that. But a country built by immigrants really has to have different laws, especially when it comes to expression,
But America wasn't
and
built by immigrants. America had
speech than a
I don't
country
like that
that was built
idea.
by, the people's native or almost indigenous to the land. I mean, that's kind of how I see it
Does
because,
it give
like I find
does
it very hypocritical for people to come to another land. You see what I'm saying? Like it really has nothing to do with national pride right now. Right now, I'm just talking about the actual semantics and the logistics of immigrants establishing, nations on other people's lands, and then saying that you're not able to fly something that represents what you had before we got here, right? So anytime you have an immigrant country, like I really believe there's a degree
But America's not an
of
immigrant country.
I mean, I completely disagree with that.
Who were,
They
okay,
were,
for hundreds of years, when did most immigrants arrive? They arrived in what, like the 1950s, 1970s for the most part? There was people
well,
there
I mean,
already
well,
hundreds of
well,
years that built the
well,
country.
again, well, so like I would call everyone outside of the conquistadors for the most part, you know, an immigrant specifically. I would even call the conquistadors immigrants, but you know, they were specifically here on task.
Hang on, let me ask you this. Is there a difference between being an immigrant and being a founder?
Most, nope. I believe they
There's
can be
no difference.
interchangeable. Well, no, I believe an immigrant can be a founder. I believe an immigrant can become a founder. So
But
I believe
immigrants
that.
aren't founders.
I mean, but they can be again, because like that's what corporations exist for. Like you know, again, you can come to a land and you can incorporate it and you can make it yours. So, like, yeah, a legal corporation allows you the opportunity to be a immigrant and a founder because that's what you have
No,
to do.
so
You have to
look,
incorporate the
look,
land.
look. Let me give you my definition of an immigrant versus a
Go ahead.
founder, and I'm going to invite someone else up in a moment. Guys, if you want to enjoy, if you're enjoying this space, you can request to come on the panel. All you need to do is click the link in the description. It will take you to StreamYards, and you don't need an account. You just put in a username. You don't have to be on camera, so feel free to come up. I'm going to invite another person to the stage. The only thing that I ask you not to do is to use slurs, but you can say whatever controversial take you have, just don't use slurs. So the difference between an immigrant and a founding population is the founding population moved there and build the country from scratch, right? An immigrant moves to a country that is already founded, already has infrastructure, already has cities, already has railroads, already has modern, it's a functioning society. So if I move to China and I become naturalized, I'm an immigrant, right? But the Chinese that built that country for generations before me, they're foundational. So I think there's a distinction between being an immigrant and being a founding population.
Okay, but here's the thing. So that just depends on, I guess, your relative definition of what a founding population is, because they did have a standing civilization already, albeit as primitive or savage as you want to call it. You know, that's all relative. So you know, they didn't have the European style of governmental civilization, but they had a governing body. You know,
But
they
who
laid the
created the
template.
modern nation, though, in
I
America?
mean, I mean, I mean, that, again, I understand your relative definition, and again, you know, you're entitled to that. But we cannot just throw away the fact that these people did have their version of a civilization, and we cannot just discredit that because we feel like Western civilization, European civilization was somewhat better. That's very
It's not
subjective.
about, look, it's not even about being better. It's about where, okay, in America, where is the core foundation of America, the United States of America? Does it lie in these Native Americans, or does it lie within the European and African populations that moved en masse? And you could even
So,
argue that, like, Native Americans are foundational. I mean, they are foundational, but there's a difference between going over to a country hundreds of years ago, forming that country, the culture, the language, the system of governance, the technology that is predominantly from Europeans, Western Europeans, with the contributions of Africans and Native Americans to some degree. But to say that an Indian that moves to America today in 2025 is just as much an immigrant as someone who came over hundreds of years ago and their family lineage has been there for hundreds of years is ridiculous.
that's not saying it's not saying it's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that there were already people here, and it's only our subjective view of what civilization is that discredits their existence here and what they had going to justify not being called an immigrant. If the Europeans came here and there was no one living on this land, you would be completely correct. If no one was
It
here
does.
already, but
I don't look.
we,
I don't care about indigenous. Sorry, go ahead. I'll cut you off there.
yeah. Listen, I promise you, I understand because that's how we were taught. We were raised in Western culture. We were raised to put priority on our civilization, and people who are not living like us are less than us, and their shit doesn't matter. That's how we were raised. I completely understand that, but that is completely subjective, and it's completely relative. because they had their own entire civilization, albeit savage as it was, they still had their own, and they were physically there, physically inhabiting the land. They had a culture, they had a way of life. It was all invaded upon, like, and
Listen,
go ahead.
look, before Australia was founded in 1901 with
Mhm.
the unification of the states, confederation, really, or there were 200 Aboriginal nations, right? But
Right.
Australia as a concept, Australia as a country and a nation state, this was a European invention largely from Anglo Celtic people. So even if there were 200 people, 200 nations of people living, the concept of Australia is strictly a European concept. And the foundational people to the current nation state of Australia are Anglo Celtic people. And that we have more of a stake in Australia. We have more of a heritage. We've gone through ethnogenesis in Australia to become Australians. Australians aren't just a nationality, a piece of paper. We're an ethnic group as well.
Okay, so again, I would agree with that somewhat because corporations allow you to incorporate land. So if you are members of this corporation, or members of the body of government or government body that have
Yo,
incorporated this land,
am I in here already?
well,
Oh, yeah, I'm in the show.
What's
what's up,
up,
What
brother?
up,
Urban? Just
man?
mute your mic for a second.
Right.
Gelati's just finishing off his point. Go ahead,
My
Gelati.
bad.
So yeah, if you're a member of this of the incorporated land, yeah, and if the incorporated land has a name, Australia or America, yes, you are exactly what you said to that particular incorporated land. But that does not cancel out, that does not discredit, that does not diminish what was there previously. That also does not keep you from being called an immigrant. You
We're
do
not
have.
immigrants. We're not immigrants. Oh, man.
No,
Okay.
okay, so not you now, okay? Not you now, but your ancestors were immigrants.
No, no, no.
But,
We
but,
look,
but the land,
my
again, you have
ancestors were the
incorporated the
founding
land.
stock. Okay,
That's
okay.
fine.
Let me give you another analogy. Let's say that okay. Maybe let's open it up to other speakers here. We got
Yeah,
a few
yeah, yeah.
people on stage. Guys, if you Josh or who wants to speak? I'm trying to. This is my first live stream. Enterprises, you came up first. Do you have any contribution to say? Like, what's on your mind?
Who's even on
Hi,
stream?
my
I can't even see the names of who's on stream.
yes,
We've got
that is my business name, and otherwise I'm in Canada, and I'm listening a little bit, and then I understand what it is that you guys are discussing, but I have an idea about it, so I will comment slightly later, but I'm listening for now.
okay, no problem. Welcome to the space. I'm glad you found it. Let's go to who else we got up here. We've got. I'm trying to. This is my first live stream on YouTube, so forgive me if it's a little bit improv kind of style. I'm okay. We've got. Is there a way for you guys to raise your hand if you want to speak? Do you guys see a hand raising situation?
You
Because
can't do
I.
that on StreamYard, Davinsky.
Oh, that's Josh. Okay, you go ahead, Josh. Do you have anything to say
Josh,
on this topic?
Uh, I don't, man. I agree with. I know where you're coming at, Davinsky. Your founding father, like the founding fathers, they're not immigrants. Like if you're founding of a land, you're founding the fucking land. That's just that simple.
Yeah, that's what I. Yeah, that's my point. Okay, who's the other person? I can't see your name. So we've gone through Enterprise, Josh. Who's the other person without a? Oh, that's Jelani. Okay. Urban, how are you, man? We just saw your dinner. It looks
fucking
pretty
trying to
good.
cook this damn chicken, man. Trying to redeem myself. Got this. Got this some rosemary garlic potatoes.
That looks good.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Yeah, yeah. I'm cooking for wifey today, so that's it. Man.
All right, so let's look. We got 70 people in here. This is good so far. We got another request. We got a private chat actually. Okay. Cool. All right, so yeah, this is I'm streaming this also to X. So this is just a practice stream. So should we go back to the topic of immigrants versus founders? Because I think there is a distinction, and I think there's
Yeah,
also a
that's fine.
distinction between expats and immigrants. Because people say I'm an immigrant, but there's a distinction between being an expat and being an immigrant, and that is that when an expat moves to a country, they're only there temporarily, and they're not there in the seek of getting naturalized, right? So I wouldn't say I'm an immigrant to the Dominican Republic. I would say that I'm an expat here. Would you guys agree with that or no?
I mean, I feel like um, we complicate things and add a lot of definitions to things to for justification reasons. Um, Simply, I would just say yes, you're an immigrant. But if we want to add caveats to it, if we want to add nuances to it, if we want to complicate it and add different branches to it to classify you as something else, then yeah.
But I feel like your definition of an immigrant is way too broad, right? So you're conflating founding stock foundational people with immigrants, and you're also conflating expats with immigrants. Basically, your definition of an immigrant is someone who moves somewhere else where they weren't born, correct?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
especially if you're moving permanently. Like I said, visiting is one thing, but yeah, if you're physically leaving your homeland and going to someone else to live, you're immigrating to that land to live. You're like that's the literal thing you're doing. You're immigrating, like literally. Whether you're going to found it or not, like you're going to live there. You don't plan on coming back.
Yeah,
You
but
know.
okay.
So,
Again, do you think that there's a
like, I
difference
understand the
between
nuances and I understand all the contextual stuff to it, but at its base, you know, like it's just like crossing the street. Why go around the corner just to cross the street? You can just walk across the street.
yeah, let me put this out there. I mean, it's a good discussion. Are all Americans immigrants? Hang on, what the hell? Okay, save, add a banner. Boom. So, guys, if you're listening, we got 72 people down there. In the description of this video, there is a StreamYards link. You click that. You don't need an account. You'll be able to come up and talk on panel. We're allowed about 10 people up here at any point in time. So, I mean, it's a good audience. We got more people on here right now than on Twitter Spaces.
Oh wow, oh that's cool.
We got 75 people. So, if you are a speaker here, Jelani and Josh, feel free to put in your Twitter name as your handle, and you might be able to get some followers over there if people like what you say.
Okay, yeah, I'll put my handle. My handle is just basically my name. My
Yeah.
name.
So when I maximized urban screen, does that show big for everyone, or is that just me? I just
That's
maximized it
so big
now.
for everyone.
Okay, that's cool. What's up, Urban?
Hey man, I don't care, man. It is what it is. I just try not to burn this shit, but I'm about to finish up right now. All I gotta do is do the sauce.
So this
Sauce
is
wow, boy.
that's that's Jelani's Twitter handle. If you want to go follow him over there, my Twitter handle is PhD Davinsky, Davinsky, Davinsky. So
Listen,
yeah, this is our first real live stream though.
Allah. Thank you, Davinsky, for facilitating this for us, the Muslim community in Australia. We owe you, man. You're up there with the prophet, man.
Yeah, that was a funny space last night though. How it ended with putting on those old throwback tunes. I'm gonna screenshot this and put it on Twitter so people know that we're popping off here, and we'll get more people over. We are up to 70 plus people. Join the stream. Join the panel. Join as a panel guest. And if you are on the panel, you can like minimize the screen also, and it will just like you can browse the internet and stuff. You don't actually have to be on the yards page for it to show for us to hear you. Do you think that America has too many immigrants, Jelani?
So what, Davinsky?
Do you think that America has too many immigrants?
Most definitely. Yes.
Way
You
too many
agree with?
immigrants.
Yes. Most
Look, it is what it
definitely.
is. They say the same shit every couple years. They're like,
Way too many.
they're fucking Irish, they're dirty, they're dirty Irish. Then they love the Irish, and then they celebrate fucking well. What the fuck you celebrate St. Patrick's Day?
I like your red roll there, Jelani.
Oh,
Are you
I'm on
are
the
you in a
road.
hotel? Are you in a hotel or is that your bedroom?
Yeah, no, I'm in the hotel. I'm traveling.
Okay. You're traveling right now, or
The blacks been taking the free
Yeah.
lunch, so nobody likes them because there's a bunch of black people been
we got the
subsidized.
same colored
When the
background?
majority of them have become like
Mine is red.
very good people, but you keep subsidizing the bottom. The bottom of your people keep growing. They make you look bad. So
Can't really hear you too well, Urban. Do you have AirPods or?
Huh?
We can't really hear you too well. It's distant. You got some headphones?
Fuck. I might go for my other phone.
No, I mean it's okay. I think it's because it was far away.
I'm cooking, man, and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing either. I'm making asparagus, potatoes, and fucking grilled chicken on a steel pan, but I'm gonna make the sauce, but I think I just fucked it up. But let's see. I'm trying to save it. All right. I'm trying to say, fuck it, we're going live. Fuck it. Fuck it. You
So,
see that
Jelani,
video? You
say
see
what?
the video with Bill O'Reilly?
What do you do?
You ever seen that one?
No, I don't really know Bill
It's
O'Reilly.
like, fuck it, we're going live. The teleprompter wasn't working. Fuck it.
Oh, that's right. That shit was funny.
Fuck it, we're going live. I need some olive oil, man. See, I fucked it up because I wanted to be cute. I used avocado oil.
Yeah, you're funny.
Fuck it, I don't even know what olive oil is at, but use avocado oil again.
You
Who's
got
the other
avocado.
speaker? Davinsky? Is that the same guy?
Bro, I got the Wagyu beef tallow.
Oh wow.
What is it? Show us again.
This is Wagyu
That's
fat.
cooking grease.
Wagyu
Oh,
beef
nice. Yeah.
tallow. Yeah. Bro, I cook, bro. You saw me that day. I was trying a new recipe for something that's very hard to do. So it came out okay. It tasted pretty good. I went in. That was a really hard dish. I really couldn't.
So, Jelani, how do you
Mhm.
feel about the rise of brown Nazis? I don't know if you watched my video on Twitter. You responded to the blend
Yeah,
one, but did you see what I said about Nick Fuentes, the
I
Gypsy
did.
Crusader?
I did. I
How
watched
do
the
you feel
video.
about that? Yeah, Urban,
I
just
think
mute
I,
your mic. There's a
Oh,
lot of background noise.
yeah, I think I quote tweeted you too on that. But yeah, man, it's a conundrum. It's wild to see so much DEI, coming from that community. Um, I just chalk it up to identity crisis, self hate, needing to belong to something. Um, and it's one thing we always say, in the black community is that when you see a white guy with a bunch of black dudes, especially like in the hood, be afraid of the white guy because you never know what he did to get their respect. So, so I would say the same thing, for the brownoids, that's why they go so hard. That's why they have to do so much extra because they
Yeah, that's actually a very good analogy. I
yeah,
like that. They
yeah,
do have
like
to go extra hard. But my problem with it, right, is that it makes us look bad. It makes white people look bad because, before white nationalism had more of like, it wasn't even like an intellect, it was a pseudo intellectualism, but it was a bit more polished. It wasn't just like calling 12-year-old children like the N word on Omegle. You know, you had people like Jared Taylor, David Duke, Richard Spencer. It was a more polished form of their rhetoric. And
Right.
now you've got like, you know, the Gypsy Crusader, the Handsome Truth, and Nick Fuentes just slurring like and just saying the most like a lot of hatred with visceral, right? It's not even polished under the guise of like you know, kind of intellectualism. And I think that's what you touched on it. Like when a white gang member wants the respect of a black gang, he needs to go extra hard, and that's what you're getting now. But that also pushes onto us as white people, well as me as a white person, that now people that are representing me aren't even white. You know, like why is it that like the Gypsy Crusader is using the white identity, and all of that hatred is now directed at my people, white people, when he's not even white. Like he's kind of false flagging, you know?
Exactly. Exactly. You know, it's cope. Like, and that's what I see. You pretty much see it in any community, especially one that has identity crisis from colonization. You know, you even see it within the black community. You know, especially with us because you know a lot of our names were taken from us, our land. Like you know, we didn't know a lot about our natural history, so that's why we have so many different names. We have so many different identities that we, you know, try to identify with. And it's the same with them. It's the same with the Hispanic community. You know, they were colonized too. So a lot of their own history, their natural history, even though they have way more than we do, but you know, a lot of it was taken from them. So they, you know, when people need something to gravitate to, some people go to religion. You know, some people go to you know, cults, all type of shit. But especially when it comes to, you know, white power, yeah, you have a lot of people who love it and who want to do it, and they'll do anything to show their loyalty to it.
Yeah. And that's what it is too. Is kind of like in order to them, because whiteness is a social construct, and you can prove that just by how Irish and Italians and Germans weren't accepted into whiteness in early America, right? Right up
Right.
until like, I mean, Italians even now, some people don't consider them white. The Irish people have been solidified into whiteness, but it took hundreds of years. And so I think that up next into the white category are Hispanics, right? Like these mestizos, like they're fighting, they're vying for whiteness. And in order to
Right.
get whiteness, they need to punch down on black people. And so that's
Yeah.
what it is. I feel like they're punching down in a way to uplift themselves. And it's kind of like, you know, if you kind of picture a tree, you know, you got different branches and you got the monkey at the top of the tree, then you've got monkeys below them. And each
Mhm.
monkey's shitting on the monkey below them. And, you know, the gypsies, the Mexicans, the Arabs are just trying to climb a branch higher to shit on black people, you know, bring themselves to
Right.
white people, bring themselves
Right.
closer to white people. And that's why it's very problematic. And, you know, it also, it damages their own, like it's not logically consistent either, because you got people like you know, I thought the dumbest people in this election in America were the Hispanic demographic, because they voted against their own economic interest. You know, they voted
Yeah.
against affirmative action with scorn. They voted against DEI. DEI disproportionately benefited Hispanics.
It
They
did.
voted for
Way more
policies
than
that are going
black.
to get their
Yeah.
illegal cousins and their illegal family members deported.
Right.
And like the reason they did that was for some culture war bullshit. You know, they basically voted against trannies. I shouldn't say that. We're on YouTube. Transgenders
Right.
teaching children to read in a library in drag queen. But like that's such an anomaly that doesn't happen. So they voted against like actual policies that would affect them for some kind of like you know,
Popularity,
some,
man.
yeah, it doesn't make any sense like why they would do that.
Yeah. That's how strong the cope is. You know, it's almost like Stockholm syndrome. Uh, People consistently vote against their own interests. And you can even say the same thing, you know, for a lot in the white community. They
So
consistently vote against their own interests. There's a quote by Lyndon B. Johnson where he said that, you know, you make the lowest white man feel like he's higher than the highest black man, and he'll empty his pockets out to you. So, and that stands true, which is what you were just talking about, how, you know, they always have to try and
you
punch down.
I don't know if it's just me, but
Wow.
I don't know. Maybe it's my connection. Josh, can you hear
He
Jelani right
muted
now, or
himself.
is he lagging?
Yeah, no, I can hear him.
Yeah, I think it was
You can
just
hear
you.
him?
Yeah, I can.
Maybe it's me that's lagging.
Yeah.
Let me turn off.
Yeah. You are freezing.
Hey, Jelani, that quote by LBJ, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, people usually only talk about the quote that he said about black people, but they never talk about the quote he said about, white people. Yeah. He said, you make the lowest white guy feel like he's better than the highest black guy, and he'll empty his pockets out to you. And that's exactly what we have in our politics today. That's why crime statistics are so important. That's why the 1350 is so important. That's why all of these other soliloquies and all these other statistical things per capita is so that people can have something to punch down on. So they'll feel better about themselves. And the Republican Party has mastered that. They have mastered, benefiting off of that angst from their base by pointing their anger somewhere else while they, rob them, basically.
Dude, that's why you can't trust none of those bastards up there.
No, you can't, man. You
In
can't.
DC, you can't trust no one.
You can't. It really is one big club, and we're not a part of it. And it's the biggest finesse, in the history of mankind that we vote for these people, right? And we vote for them because the way our country is set up, we're a republic. So we vote for people to make these decisions for us. So when we vote for them, we're giving them the autonomy to make the best decisions for us. But what's wild is we do this knowing that they are paid millions and billions by corporations and companies. So it's like it's the biggest exercise in practice, and practice in cognitive dissonance for us to put so much faith into these people and constantly participate in this system when we can physically see that these people are paid. Like me and you can't give these people a $50,000 check or a $100,000 check. So their loyalty is going to go to who is paying them the money. And it's just crazy that
You guys are hearing Jelani perfect. You guys are hearing Jelani perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, okay. I might have to connect to a better Wi-Fi. I'll go on mute for a second. Hopefully, some more people have come. We've got about 100 people listening right now, so feel free to talk about whatever you want to talk about. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Okay. Yeah, it's wild, man.
It's kind of like the Truman Show, man.
It is.
You break that down pretty good, though, Jelani.
And if you want to look, guys, if you want to join, all you need to do. Am I coming through clearly, or am I muffled?
No,
Yeah.
are.
We just fine.
Okay, so if you want to come up as a speaker,
Post
all you
a
need to do is click the
link in the
stream.
chat.
Yeah, all you need to do is press the StreamYard. I'll post it again into the chat. I don't really want Nick coming up. Nick, if you come up and you say any slurs or
Nicholas.
you say anything dumb, I'm going to kick you and I'm going to block you and I'll never talk to you again. So if you say anything stupid, Nick, I swear our communication is done. So I'm going to post it into the chat. If you want to come on up, just press that link and you can request a mic and say what you want to say.
Yeah, Davinsky, you're chopping up pretty good.
I'm chopping up.
I mean, you were just then when you were talking. You sound pretty good. Anyway.
All right, if you want to join, just press the StreamYard's link. It's in the general, and you'll be able to come up as speaker. You don't need an account. It's a beautiful. It looks like a full moon tonight. Should check out your window. So you on a business trip, Jelani, or what are you up to? Where are you at?
Yeah.
Without doxing yourself.
Yeah. I travel for work. I have clients in the different states and stuff. So.
Oh, you travel a lot for work?
Kind of. I travel maybe like every 2 months, sometimes
For
every
how
other
long
month.
usually?
Maybe a week or two. That's about it.
Eh,
I,
That's
I,
cool.
I go back.
And
Yeah,
you're basically self-employed though, so you got to pay for it and then get like a tax
for the
return
most
right
part.
off.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, nice.
And then I also work on films. So like when I work on films, I I go to different locations and
Well, what do
stay
you
there.
do working on films? Are you like a cameraman? Are you an actor?
No, I work in the office, production coordinator, or UPM, unit production manager, pretty much in
That's
the
cool, dude.
production office. Yeah, yeah.
So would
I
you
got a little.
say
Go
would you
ahead.
say you're rich?
No, no. Well, I'm rich. I'm rich in love and family.
Yeah. But
No. I mean, but I'm
comparatively for
well off.
people your age, you must be doing better than most. Like, you got a lot
Well,
going on.
yeah, I'm well off. I came from a good family. My mom and dad had property and shit. I live in Mississippi,
Yeah.
so everything's cheap. Everything's cheap down there. So, um, yeah. I'm pretty well off. I'm good.
Does it ever snow down in Mississippi?
It does maybe like once every 2 years, probably.
Yeah, and that's only northern Mississippi.
Right. Very rare. The entire state gets snow. Very, very rare.
Is it
But we do
starting
get a
to get
lot of.
cold in Chicago, Josh?
Oh hell yeah, dude! Just started yesterday.
Oh wow. Yeah, it's getting
Is
cooler
it
down here
always
now too.
windy in Chicago, or is it just during the winter where it's super windy?
Dude, that's a myth actually, scientifically.
It's
Yeah.
not really that windy
So
compared to other
no,
states,
so if you
other
if you
cities.
go if you go to like the loop of Chicago where all the tall buildings are, the drift from the Lake Michigan, one of the five Great Lakes, it's pretty windy there. But once you leave the tall buildings, it's not windy.
Yeah.
Fuck
And
me,
that's
daddies. Fuck me, Davinsky. Fuck me.
oh wow.
Yeah, well, you're getting blocked. This guy's homeless. I tried to help him too. I've promoted his like fucking Cash App and stuff. He's been homeless for a few years, and
Oh wow.
that's how he repays my favor. Nick,
Yeah,
that's why you're homeless. You deserve to be homeless. Have fun sleeping on the street tonight.
that's wow. That's wow.
Damn, the
And you tried to
disrespect.
tell him and you warned him. So
Yeah, I mean, there's 100 people in here. He could have shown his situation. He probably could have got a donation.
right.
But he's fried his brain with weed. This kid. He doesn't do hard drugs, but look, I think if he's smoking copious amounts of weed and like he gets the strongest stuff, I think there is like severe negative impact psychologically.
Oh yeah. Most
Like
definitely.
Oh, I'm
Most
living
definitely.
proof of that, Davinsky. I agree.
Yeah,
yeah,
too much
I
of
used to
anything
like
is
to
bad for you.
smoke up until like early 20s, man. Like I used to enjoy it. And then one day it just switched where I cannot stand weed anymore. Like it makes me paranoid. I hate it so much. Like it's like the worst feeling, like it's probably the strength too, because when I first got to Thailand, I was smoking a little bit, but it was all like really bush. It was like bush weed, really low THC levels, and that was okay. But then when they legalized it, you got the 30%, you got the 40% THC. One puff of that, and I'm off my head.
Oh wow. Yeah. Too much of anything is bad for you. You abuse the shit.
Yeah, that's so true.
Too much of anything is. But yeah, man. Who else? Oh yeah, I think you had brought up Isabella Moody too, didn't you? Davinsky, another brown noah LARPing as a Nazi. You heard me, Davinsky? Okay, this shit.
Say that again.
You had brought up Isabella Moody too, right? She's another brown
Yeah,
noah.
yeah, she's half Arab. Man, it's funny because she's Palestinian. She's not even like a Gulf Arab or something. She's
Oh
like a
wow.
Palestinian. Like, so she has the time to like hate on other people when her people are literally getting genocided right now. It's like
Wow.
it's a wild phenomena when you get these like brown Nazis that are I don't know. Again, I think what you said is like true. Like when you have a white gang member in a black gang, they have to put on extra hard. But the thing is,
Yeah,
these people will never be accepted. You know, how do you have like the biggest Nazi, like the Gypsy Crusader? I mean, Hitler's main target outside of the Jews were the Gypsies. You know, and he's on
right,
camera all the time doing the Sieg Heil, and
right.
it's like that doesn't even make any sense.
Like you can just tell, it's just like I say, it's copious amounts of coke, and it's also profitable. I mean, people probably not getting filthy rich off of it, but people are making sustainable incomes from it. And especially now since it's become a fad now, see, so now it's popular now, and more people are picking up on it. So it's very very profitable. Um, you can get a lot of views, a lot of engagements, and it's becoming more and more mainstream. So a lot of people going, it's about to spread some more. It's a fad right now, so it's gonna last for a while, but it'll play out, a few years from now, probably.
Oh,
Somebody else came up.
hello. I am coming from Germany. Hello, brothers. I am from Germany. I see the conversation is about Hitler. What is funny, bro?
It's about. Is that somebody we know, Davinsky?
So
Who-
I think this guy's
It's not
Vaughn.
Blend, is it?
So who's the nigger on the screen? He looks fucking dark as shit, dude. Can't even
I'm
see
gonna
him.
I'm gonna remove
Fucking
you.
hell. What a fucking nigger. What a
Okay.
fucking nigger.
All right.
We're gonna get trolls like that. You know,
Oh yeah, I know.
but this space disavows racism. I don't have control over people what they say on a mic, so I will
I don't
remove
care about
them.
that shit.
Yeah.
Uh,
He sounded
just
ethnic though.
coming
That's
from.
another one. I bet you his complexion wasn't white.
I guarantee you he would. I bet you he would. I promise you he would.
Hey, Urban Davinsky Jelani, I'm gonna hop off. Gotta be with the family. Y'all have a good evening.
Okay,
All
bro. You too,
right,
man.
peace, Josh. Take care. All right, so we got 117 people listening right now. If you want to come up, request a mic. I wish I could give one of you guys co-hosts. I probably can. I have to look into that. But Urban, you've got look. Oh, you gonna eat? Man, that looks
Oh yeah.
good.
I did like a French sauce with the gravy of the
That's
chicken, some
gourmet. Look at the
dairy, and like,
asparagus.
yeah, I
That
put
shit.
truffle salt, everything, man. Got some Snoop Dogg wine, you know what I'm saying? Uh, it's good. My wife
I'm bringing
likes
it
it.
up, man. That's nice.
So we've got a new speaker. Go ahead. Oh me God.
We had him before, oh my God. We had him in the space. He's one of
Who?
Fud's people.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I think that's one of Fud's cult members.
Oh me God, are you there?
Huh?
I hope when I kick people, they can't join on another name. We got 120 people in here, Urban. After you finish your meal, you should try to convert some of them over to Islam.
Hold on. Hold on.
Do you have the screen enlarged, Davinsky?
Oh, it is. No, I don't have it enlarged. Hang on. Sorry. I got one person's enlarged. JW Lucas. Hang on. Let's get Blend here. Join my stream.
Are you gonna get Blend?
We have 120 people listening. 124 people. All right, guys. Again, if you want to join the panel, all you need to do is click on the description in the video, and you'll see the StreamYards link, and come on up. Talk about anything, politics, finance, religion. I usually host Twitter Spaces, so I thought, why not stream to YouTube and Twitter? Try to get a larger audience, and it seems to be working. So if you are listening on Twitter, feel free. You can go to my profile, PhD Davinsky, Davinsky, and you'll see the StreamYards link in my recent tweet. And come on up and talk to who you want to talk to or what you want to talk about.
I
So
talk
you
about
said
these
you debated.
Chinese stealing my job.
Say what?
Talk about Chinese people, man.
Yeah, let me tell you about Chinese people. So I really hate white people or Westerners that go to a Chinese restaurant and they use chopsticks, and then they try to mock you if you don't know how to use chopsticks. Because that happened to me when I was in Vietnam. I was at a Chinese restaurant, and he's like, "Oh, you don't." There was a French guy and an English guy. It's like, "Oh, well, you don't know how to use chopsticks." And I'm like, "Well, it doesn't really look. It's not that I couldn't learn to use them. It's just that they're a very primitive tool. It's a wooden age technology, not even stone age. The knives and fork are clearly more efficient and effective and an advanced technology. They're iron, right? You have multiple prongs. You can stab, you can scoop, you can cut. Why would I use a more primitive, barbaric eating utensil like the chopstick?
I mean, I guess when you're in Rome, do what the Romans do. It's cute. I guess if it's your first time ever eating Asian, which it won't be anybody's first time because they took over the world. They're colonizing the whole world right now, the Chinese. But I guess that to be cute, yeah. But at this point, I'm not using sticks.
Yeah, but like, what's the point? Like, why would I? They're clearly less advanced, like chopsticks. It's a more primitive technology. They're literally like two pieces of wood that you cling together, like they're like toothpicks. I don't get it.
Yeah, they fucked
I
up on
mean,
a lot of things. They also fucked up on since they only use ceramics and they never developed glass like that. The Asians, they never developed glasses. So as soon as you lose your sight in an Asian country, you just have to get an apprentice and teach him your secrets, and he reads your old notes and shit. But in England and in the rest of the world, they didn't have to do that. In the West, when they developed glasses, they were good. You can keep being an intellectual to an old age, that's why you got a bunch of old farts everywhere. Back in the days, it used to be very young people writing books because your eyes had to be good. Now old people stick around too much, man. I mean, we can talk about Mexicans. What about these old people, man? No other fucking civilization had to deal with the last civilization for as long as us. We're like cursed. Like we gotta have a war against the young versus the old. They're stealing our jobs, man. Where's my fucking job? Where's my house? These old bastards don't die. I can't buy a fucking house. They're fucking trying to relive their childhood or whatever the fuck. We have to
You
deport the
talking
old
about
people.
boomers?
Yeah, just old people. Yeah, boomers. And a lot of them are immigrants. We gotta deport these people. Let the young ones come in. Deport the old fucking boomers. Fuck them motherfuckers.
can't get rid of the old people, man.
Do you think that Doc Brandon should be deported, Urban?
Of course, he's first on the list when I become president.
Who was that?
He's coming over here. He doesn't even got his accent under control. He's trying to tell us how to spend our money in this country. What a fucking asshole! It's like if I'm letting you stay in my fucking house, and now you're telling me what the fuck how to talk to my wife or some how to talk to my kids. Shut the fuck up, bitch! You just got in here. You're not working. He says he has a job. I don't believe him.
And who's doing that?
I know Jamaicans like that. He's got a
Oh,
fat
so
white
you're
girlfriend,
Jamaican.
and that's it. He lives off some fat white people.
Jerk. How much do you think they're actually making Davinsky LARPing as Nazis? How much you think they're actually getting from that?
I mean, a lot of money, man. These streamers they're making bank.
Yeah.
You know, like Nick Fuentes himself must be making millions of dollars a year. I mean, he's got a huge cult audience.
Right.
And then people donate to their streams, like, you know, they make money for sure. It'd be an easy grift, honestly. Because they're not
It is.
intelligent.
I thought
They're
about
very
it
dumb.
myself.
Yeah. I mean, they're
You know, I
definitely not
thought
like
about like, man, you know what? I should just really I could really just coon out. I could really just, just turn straight conservative and just start talking bad about black people all the time and, start doing that shit. But I wouldn't be able to sleep at night, And
yeah.
money isn't everything, so.
Yeah, but I think that everything suffers from perpetuation. Like the
Most
LGBT,
definitely.
all this stuff is like everything suffers from the same thing. It's like Nick Fuentes, all these people when they first said some shit, it was true. Some of it made sense, but it's like now they made a career out of talking shit, so they got to
Yeah.
push the limit every day. The
Yep.
LGBT got to push the limit. Everybody's pushing the limits.
Yep.
That's why I
Yep.
respected religious figures because they came, they said the same shit the last motherfucker said. They said it like 10 times, and that's it. They shut the fuck up, or they wrote a book. They still read it.
There's only so many times you can repackage the same talking point to make it spicy.
Right.
And right now we have a race to the bottom where in order to get engagement, you just have to repackage the same idea in a more edgier way. So it's just a race to the bottom at this point where people are out competing each other on the hottest take when it's because I mean, look, if you need to do a live stream every night and talk about this topic for hours, there's only so many so many ways you can complain about the Jews. There's only so many ways you can complain about feminism or the transgenders.
Bro, everybody's been talking about the same shit for 5 years. Ever since Kevin Samuels and basically him, he started all this shit. I would say KS, and they assassinated him. They sent him one of the best Dominican big booty fucking killer bitches to kill this fucking guy. This guy was like the Martin Luther King of his time.
Kevin Samuels was the best out of all the red pill people because he actually gave prescriptive advice. It was good. He didn't just he gave people a reality check and, he told people how they could improve their value on the dating market as well. He wasn't just bullying for the sake of bullying. And that's what you get with people like Myron Gaines or the Whatever podcast. Like the Whatever podcast, the whole shtick is to get 10 OnlyFans girls in there who don't know shit about geopolitics and just make them look like fools. That's the whole thing, or to moral fag against them. They don't really give any advice. They're just there to criticize.
Yeah, Kevin Samuels was more informative with it. He actually broke down numbers.
My wife loves my food. That went away. Good. Delicious. She says the best sauce I ever had.
He actually gave them
I give it to KS, man.
pathways,
programs. He used to help people out. It was more positive than negative. It was a positive impact. People talking about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk didn't do shit but talk shit about different communities, state the obvious, speak about symptoms and not the root causes. I mean, I think fucking Kevin Samuels was assassinated, man. They sent the big booty Dominican bitch. She put something in his drink. And then the FBI
I think he was too.
They did it in fucking.
Because he was actually making a difference.
They did it in JFK. They always had bitches around them. Big booty Dominican bitches been around killing political people for years, man. It's the downfall of America.
I would say that he was actually making a difference because, like I said, he was giving women actual guidance and actual instruction information to their dreams. Because women always said the same thing. I want a man that's 6'6", 6 foot tall, 6 figures, all that shit or whatever, right? So he would literally break down their dreams to them. He'd be like, okay, how many children do you want? And they would say, oh, I want 2 or 3 children. He'd be like, okay. What is the how much is it going to take for him? How much he's going to have to make to take care of you and that family? What's the cost of living in your state? What's the average house price in your state? He would ask these actual questions that a lot of women didn't have the answers to. They didn't even know what the average cost of living was for their state. So
say what?
I don't know if he's talking.
No,
Is that
Jelani's talking.
Can you not hear me, Urban?
I don't hear him.
I could hear him. You can't hear Jelani? I
No.
think it's a problem on your end.
You can't hear me now, Urban?
Maybe I
We
can.
gotta.
Yeah. Let me leave and come back.
Yeah, what you're saying, Jelani, is true though. It's like people have an unrealistic expectation because, like, when
Right.
you take someone, okay, they have to be over 6 foot tall, they have to earn over 100 and whatever, $200,000 a year, they have to be blah blah blah. You really narrowing it down to like a fraction of a percent, you know.
100%.
And then if you have children, right, like that's a huge hurdle. So he would get women in there that were out of weight, they weren't the best looking, and they still had these delusions of kind of grandeur, but they just
Right.
didn't they didn't deserve it on the dating market.
Yeah, yeah. And he actually didn't bully anyone. Again, he was just very realistic about what their expectations were. And he actually
Yeah,
broke down the numbers. He actually broke down the math to the things they wanted. And a lot of women, he helped them to see that, okay, it's not that it's not that selling is such a bad thing, especially when you're being realistic. If I want 5 children, then I got to think about how much it's going to cost to raise these kids. I got to think about whether I want to work or not. That's one of the other questions he would ask. He'd be like, do you want to work or do you want to be a stay-at-home wife? And so they say, well, yeah, I want to be a stay-at-home wife. So he'd be like, okay, then well, your husband needs to make all of the income. That means that you are not contributing to the income at all. So your husband will have to make all the income. So then he would ask, what state do you live in? And they'd be like, California. And then he would ask them, what's the cost of living in California for a household of 7 people? And they would have no idea. So, he did a very good job of bringing realistic, not even expectations, but just realistic facts to their lofty expectations. And yeah, he left too soon, and then as soon as he left, all of the other grifters came, and all the other bullies and shit, people who just want to talk bad about women came, and now we have what we have, which is crumbling.
yeah.
The entire manosphere and the red pill community is just crumbling because a lot of those guys are nothing but hypocrites. They talk all this shit about women and what women shouldn't do, but they're completely hypocritical because they'll be with the exact same woman in which they talk about so much. It's wild. You take Myron for example. Look at what happened with Myron and his girl. He did all that fucking bragging about what he could do and this and that and this and that. And now we see she's up and she's with somebody else, And of course he had his cop out of a response that, well, I'm so busy and I didn't have time for her. And I just let her go. Man, fuck that. She dumped your ass because she was sick of you because you're doing all this bloviating as if you're such this alpha male, when really you probably were just paying her to be there,
Well, that's the thing too. Is like, I kind of feel like they give bad advice because, like, if you lead with your money, you're going to be used as an ATM. Like, lead with your wallet, you'll be used as an ATM. So, like, It's like, okay, you're leading with your money, and you subscribe, and you're surprised when you find a gold digger. It's like you have a selection bias of women because that's what you're putting out there, And I think it's okay to show that you're financially secure, but like to make it your whole personality about how much money you have, that's going to just bring in a certain type of woman.
Exactly. It's what you attract. And that's the first sign to me that of a person who doesn't have real good communication with women, who really can't communicate with women, who probably absent the money may even be intimidated by women or even afraid to approach them or talk to them because conversation rules a nation, right? And it actually doesn't take a dime to get with someone, especially if you are coming off the right way, and especially if they're feeling you. A lot of people just don't know how to come off to women. They don't know how to use their conversation to get women, and a lot of them can't handle rejection because rejection happens a lot. So they can't handle their rejection, and the first thing they're going to do is try to impress with flashing. They try to compensate. But see, when you have what we call game, and when you have conversation, when you know how to talk to women, when you know how to approach them, when you're not afraid of rejection, you don't have to worry about leading with money. As a matter of fact, you can come in broke as fuck, even telling them you're broke as fuck, and it won't matter to them if you've caught their attention, if you've made them laugh, and if by some way you've captured their attention, you got it. So that whole thing of getting mad at women who treat you like an ATM when you leave with like that's what you get. That's exactly how they should treat.
And look, these kinds of people like Andrew Tate and Myron Gaines as well, they're very misogynistic, so they don't actually appreciate the essence of a woman. Like to them, a woman or their look when you marry someone or when you are serious about someone, they're an extension of yourself, right? But they don't view them like that. They view women as a commodity the same way that they view their Rolex or their Ferrari. So it's basically a bit of eye candy on their side that inflates their own ego. And you can't build a relationship on that because look, you're gonna age, you're gonna look worse, and if all you have is looks and attraction from the man to the woman and vice versa, or it's not going to last. And from the woman's perspective, they should be even more cautious with men like that because, look, as they get older, as they get fatter, as they get less attractive, well, that man is just going to upgrade his Rolex, he's going to upgrade his Ferrari, and he's going to upgrade you. If there's not that like kind of interpersonal bond that you have, with for lack of a better word, like a soulmate, then what is it? It's too superficial.
Yeah. So Myron, not so much, but Andrew, I can kind of understand the concept when it comes to, the way he feels, or I guess the relationship in which he feels women should have with men. It's a very primal concept, and I do believe in differences in the genders, right? But of course everything has a certain extent. I believe he takes it too far, because the institution of marriage from the beginning, it was just there was nothing romantic about it. You understand? It was a business relationship for the most part. So from just the standpoint of functionality of two people getting together to procreate and to functionally raise a family, I can see the functionality part of what Andrew talks about, when it comes to relationship with women, but I do believe he's very extreme with it, and too extreme with it. But from a functionality standpoint, I completely understand the gender roles and what the institution of marriage was actually for, which was not a romantic, the essence of it was not romantic. It was very transactional. It was very, business-like, which I really don't have a problem with for the most part because it worked for so many, for so long and for so many years. But now everything is so romantic, and of course people should, be able to marry when they want to marry and marry for love, for the most part. But there is a functionality and a transactional nature to relationships between men and women that I do kind of resonate with. Like I said, not with Myron at all, because Myron's just a piece of shit ass troll. But like I said, from Andrew's standpoint, on that part, I do resonate with him to that particular extent. Not to the extent that he goes, because it's just too extreme. Like I said, too much of anything is bad for you. But there is a balance there, that's understandable.
There's also like a kind of a unrealistic expectation as well, because in the modern family the woman does work and provide as well. So unless you are the sole breadwinner, you can't expect the woman to do all the cooking or the cleaning, take care of the kids, also participate into the economic stability of the house by working. I think that only Gypsy Crusader entered the chat.
What? Are you serious?
He's probably a troll. Let's see who it is.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not the real him.
Hello,
Is
boys
this
and girls. It is Gypsy Crusader, your best favorite gypsy.
That's not him.
What do you want, Ron?
So, what does the black man go through a daily? With the DEA, and all this other
What?
shit, DI, whatever the fuck it is called. What do you guys
What?
go through?
Why are you obsessed with black people? We're not even talking about black people.
Well,
Yeah.
wasn't the title originally about black people?
No. You
Then
haven't brought
the
up.
title has been live debate race, Nazis, and politics.
Right. So black people, right?
I mean, are black people the only race?
Usually the ones that get quote unquote attacked,
Well, hold on. You
according
know
to
what?
these people.
This is a prime example of the obsession we talk about that people have with black people. Like we're not even talking
We
about
don't
black people
have
specifically
obsession with you, dude. You guys live in our
in this
country. What do you mean
conversation.
obsession,
Well,
dude? You guys don't
I
even
mean,
have fucking
you
toilets in
kind of do have
Africa. You talking about obsession?
you kind
You
of do
can't
have
even fucking wipe your
obsession
ass.
because you just came into this conversation
You talk
talking
about
about black
obsession.
people.
You
No,
guys have
talking about
literal
black
shit, cow dung, on the floor of your little mud hut, like Mr. Ba. You guys sleep
people.
on shit, cow dung, mud hut.
Okay, so they do in Albania as well. Albania is pretty poor too. So
Well,
like,
this
let's not
guy's a
do it.
Mexican.
Albania is the lowest
We
of the
can
like
we can
fucking
go tit
bottom
for
of the
tat,
barrel white
sir.
people, dude. Look at
We can go
Poland.
tit for tat
Look
if you
at
want to go
Greek.
tit for
Look
tat.
at Greece. Look
So
at
you
the
know,
Romans. Come
again,
on, dude. Get the
why are
fuck
you
out of
so
Hold
here,
up.
dude.
obsessed with black people?
Let me moderate for a second. Ron, it's
Go
only
ahead.
fair that you show your ethnicity. So he's a Mexican, just for your
Oh, he's
own.
a Mexican. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
of course, he's a Mexican. Of course. So yeah, so now you have to now you have to overcompensate to be accepted by
Overcompensate
your
what, sir?
white superiors because you're a brownoid. So you have to
Dude, I'm a
overcompensate to be
browner. You're a
accepted
Negroid. What
by
are you
the
talking
white.
about?
Yeah, yeah. See, so
You
you
go
have
to
completely discredited
you go to your
yourself
master,
as a
and master
friend,
says
I
you a
mean,
good
as a
Toby. You a
follower,
good Toby, master. Yeah,
as a
master, you a
follower.
good Toby. Come on,
So
dude.
are you.
A
Look at
brownoid. What are
how
you
you're
talking
caping
about?
for white people. Look at how you have to overcompensate so you can
I'm
be accepted
advocating
by
for
white
white
people.
people
Look at
because
that
you
shit.
guys are
That's
genociding white
horrible.
people. You guys are
You
coming to
should
white
be
nations,
fucking ashamed
completely
of
destroying
yourself.
white nations. You're pushing
You should
Islam.
you
You're
should
taking
be
all the fucking
ashamed of
jobs.
yourself
You guys are
having
unqualified, like fucking Umar Ba, currently staying Strawberry
so
Glen Lane.
so are you.
Unqualified
So are you.
motherfuckers taking jobs that you guys can't even work. You guys are like fucking
Do
peanut
you not
heads. You act
understand
like
that
monkeys.
Hispanics
Like,
benefit
come
off
on,
of
dude.
DEI
He had to go.
more
You
than
had to
black
turn his
Americans?
camera out because he knows it's fucking
Hold on,
true.
wait a minute. See,
That's why he turned his camera
hold on,
off.
wait a minute. See, this shows your ignorance.
No, you make me
Hispanics
laugh because
benefit
of
more from
Umar.
DEI than black Americans do. Black Americans are at the bottom of the list for benefiting from DEI. So that's what I'm
Right, it's
saying. It
white
shows how
women.
stupid you
Yeah, white women are the ones that,
are.
of
Right, white
course, they
women,
benefit from DEI, but black people
white
too.
women, Asian women, and Hispanics.
Right, so woman.
Black people are
Okay,
at the
so woman
bottom
and
of
then
the
it's
list.
black man. Right, so it's woman and then black man. What do you mean? So that goes
No,
against the whole
No, it's
liberal
women and
narrative.
Hispanics
Asian.
That goes
disproportionately.
against the
No,
liberal narrative
listen,
of woman
listen,
and
dude,
then it's black
listen to
men.
the list.
Okay, how
No,
do
it's
I
white
mute the
women,
room all
it's
at once?
Asian,
I
it's
need a mediator.
Hispanics, and then black people at the bottom of the list. So, you look real stupid bringing up DEI, but again, that
How do
shows
I
your
look
obsession.
stupid
You're
bringing up
obsessed with
DEI,
black
dude? What
people.
are you talking about?
Why are you
Woman, white
obsessed with
woman,
black
and then
people?
what? And then
Why,
black men. White men are
just
not a
answer
part
the
of that
question.
list, buddy.
Why are you obsessed with black people?
Why
Why?
are you guys obsessed with killing each other
Black
and killing
people
white
are
people?
at
What do
the
you mean?
bottom of
Why
the
are you guys
list for
obsessed with committing
DEI.
60% of the crimes and only being 7% of the population when you cut 16 or
Well,
13 because
that's
most of those are women and boys
only
and children.
under one
So why are you
percent
guys committing all those crimes?
under 1% of black people do that. So that's not all you guys. That's not the black
1%,
community.
yet you guys are committing
That's under
60% of the crime?
1%.
Dude, your average black
Yes.
person likes gang
No,
culture, likes rap,
no.
right?
¿Qué pasa?
Likes
One,
violence to some degree. What are you
you're
talking
wrong.
about? 1% of the
If
population,
you
dude.
look at the
Hey,
murder rate in Mexico,
again,
it's
here
worse
is
than
your
federal
obsession with
Yeah,
All right,
black
no,
people.
no, for
hold up,
sure.
hold
Fuck
up.
Mexico,
Hang on,
homie. What
one
are you
by
talking
one.
about? Fuck
Obsession,
Hang
Mexico.
on, everyone,
Yeah, fuck
silence.
Mexico. I want to live in America,
Hang
boy.
on, Ron. Let me look. If I speak, I need you guys to go silent because there's no mute button, right? So I need to mediate this conversation. About what you said about the 1350 meme, I made a tweet about this. So what it does is it collectivizes the black population instead of the black criminal. So a more honest framing would be looking at what percentage of black people are arrested for homicide on an annual basis. And
Thank
that's
you.
a simple
That's
characteristic.
even worse, by the way,
There's
because if
hang
only
on, let
one
me
percent
finish.
of people
Let me
are committing
finish.
60% of the
Let
crimes,
me finish.
that means
Let
that
me finish.
black people overall are more crazier than any
Ron,
other
let me
race.
finish. Ron, let me finish. So you have 6,000 homicides divided by 48 million black people in America. That means on an annual basis, there's a 0.0125% chance or a 1 in
Thank you.
7,500 chance for the black guys going to kill someone. So that's that's a very
Right,
like
now you look
19
up per
listen,
capita.
listen,
Now you look up
19
per
9
capita, and then
listen,
you're like, oh
listen,
shit, hold
listen,
on. They're
listen.
individually killing more than any other race.
I
99
don't want to hit per capita bullshit. Look,
99
Yeah,
point
you don't want to hear per capita because you know it's true. That's what shows and
look.
Per
exposes
Here's what
capita
I'm gonna
how
doesn't
much
ask
matter
you,
crime
in
you
let me
Becky.
this
guys
finish.
Hold
country.
up.
commit.
First of
You
all,
Let
guys
me
don't
hold
want
finish
to
up.
argue about
speaking.
this, man.
Yeah, go ahead, finish.
And then you got this fucking Jew defending this black guy.
Let
He's
finish.
using you as a
Per
bioweapon.
capita,
Oh,
per
he kicked me
capita
out. What a
doesn't
piece of
matter.
shit.
Per capita doesn't matter in this context.
So listen, Ron is a Mexican, number one. We'll get into that in a second. But
Oh, okay.
99.9875% of Black Americans are not involved at all in crime. So what you're doing is the
Right.
composition fallacy, where you're taking the Black population and dividing them against the homicides, rather than taking the Black homiciders and dividing that against the population. And if you
Exactly.
do that, you get a more honest framing. Mexico, for instance, is 7 out of the top 10 cities in the world for homicide rates. 7 out of 10. He's a Mexican. Hispanics are 1350. If we're going to do like this composition fallacy, Hispanics are 8% of the world's population, 33% of the intentional homicide rates. That means that 1 in 3 people murdered on this planet today will be in Latin America. And the most dangerous Latin American countries are mestizo, Honduras, Guatemala, Mexico, El Salvador, even though they're fudging their numbers. So this is the thing,
Right.
is you got a brown Nazi like Ron that comes up here and wants to shit on black people when he doesn't, because he knows he has skeletons in his closet. So he has to
Right.
project his insecurities about being a criminal Mexican onto, and you know, his history is a gangbanging history. He's a
Exactly.
scammer. I know this guy personally. He's a scammer. He used to be in a gang. There's a video of him shooting guns that looked like they were
Right.
unregistered. So like he's project, and you're an accountant that's on a business trip. So you got a fat Mexican criminal coming up here talking to an accountant. Like that's the
That's
irony
the
of the
crazy shit I
brown
be
nut.
saying. But you know what
Yeah.
it is? Look, I can't even blame him. I'm gonna play devil's advocate a little bit because uh, um, what's going what's going on is this: perception is reality, right? So they filter out the immigrants that come in. You have to have an education. You never had a criminal record. So we get pretty much the middle to the top of the immigrants coming in, and they come here to the American home, this house called America, and they see the dirty laundry, and they say, "Oh yeah," and they usually come impoverished, so they're in the lower income places, usually where blacks are at, and they're receiving them pretty much okay. They're not lynching them, they're not mistreating them to that level, right? So they're seeing the dirty laundry and they say, "Oh, look, you got dirty laundry." Brother, if you compare this dirty laundry to the dirty laundry back home, which we see now with the 14 million illegal immigrants that came without any vetting, and they're doing crazy shit in New York, driving around smoking. Look, I was driving in New York and I had a Venezuelan in a fucking Vespa with his wife and a baby smoking a blunt. He hit my mirror and then he gave me the middle finger. I never seen a FBA do that. That's crazy. They stealing, they're doing this, they're doing that. So you really can't compare it. We're living in a bubble here. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's white people, black people that do bad stuff here, but again, we're in their homes. We're seeing the dirty laundry. Yeah, you know they're gonna be better. Some Hispanics might have lesser criminal rates here, but a lot of them are here with a fucking visa. They can't commit crimes. They have a real narrow path. They have a lot of incentives. So I think all of that creates the situation we're in. I don't think it's simply like, oh, this black person, because of his skin color, his DNA, he's more prone to crime or his culture. I think there's a part of African American culture, white culture, Spanish culture that has criminal aspects to it, like criminal cultures within, like subcultures within the Hispanics and African American or whatever. But I think that's what it is. From that point of view, he's seeing it, and he thinks his myopic view is reality. When there's a lot of data supporting, uh, explaining why it is it the way it is. It's not simply like, oh, you're black, you're a criminal, you're this. It's way more nuanced than that. But I don't know
Race,
what you guys
look,
think.
race is a terrible proxy for these societal issues, right? You know, poverty, educational attainment, these kinds of things are a far better proxy. And that's what I'm saying is like when you want to collectivize the black population as 1350 as the Wignats do, that's like an unfair framing of the situation. You know, the vast majority of black people are in, most black people now are in middle and upper class household incomes, right? So there's been a shift over the past 30 years. Incarceration rates have gone down, educational attainment's gone up, net worth has gone up, yearly incomes have gone up, and this is adjusted for inflation as
The
well.
price of boys have gone up. Ball, $5. We love you a long time.
Who's this? Is this
These people,
Shinji?
these are the tellers. These are the
No,
tellers that
these
you're
these
talking
are
about.
people from Discord for some reason. Yeah, Shinji, we can have a normal conversation. You don't have to troll.
But yeah, I seen it in my own lifespan, bro. Like now, like I have my own business. A lot of my clients are middle class African Americans. They pay me. They
You
treat
know,
me good. They do good
it
jobs.
also shows, like I
They
said,
got
this
professions. I mean, I don't
like the
see,
obsession.
and I live in Newark, New Jersey, where there's a lot of ratchet ass African Americans as well. But even the ones here in the hood, I mean, I can't say all of them are bad. It's not like I'm fearing for my life over there. I think a lot of it's more legend and myth, maybe from the
Yeah, yeah.
90s. But I think
It's
nowadays, everyone's doing Uber Eats. Everyone's got a little job and positive side hustles. It's not really what you think it is, man. The hood ain't even hood no more.
Yeah,
America's way better now.
exactly, exactly.
um
Most of it has been gentrified all the way around. Like in most cities in
Yeah.
America, the shit's been gentrified, and the shit really is concentrated to very small areas. I'm talking about very small areas.
Yeah,
Again,
look,
let's take
if you take 20 counties in America and eliminate those from the homicide stats, the homicide rate drops 50%. So just 20
there you go.
counties in America are responsible for 50%. So like homicide and crime isn't equally distributed amongst America and amongst the black population. They have these hyper violent hotspots where there is a problem, but
Exactly.
to extrapolate that onto like a national average is it's kind of ridiculous because that's the bottom 2% of counties in America are responsible for 50% of the
Yeah,
homicides.
and here's
There you
another
go.
thing, Davinsky. Like my father was a career criminal. My father used to stick people up, kill them for drugs, and sell them drugs for cheap to get them to start buying large quantities. And he would murder them. This is what my father used to do for a living. I've been in Baltimore, Philly, everywhere we moved around doing this, right? And when he was arrested, they counted him as black at the time in many of the places he was arrested in. And he hates black people. My father's like a real like self-hating Dominican mulatto. So isn't that ironic? He doesn't even like black people, but he was still counted towards the census of black crime. So I think a lot of
Yep.
these criminals are not even FBA to begin with.
Yeah. And
And then
then
a lot of
also,
times, the way they do it, it could be the same couple people. It's the same
yeah.
people committing crimes every time they come out of jail, and they count it as different blacks or different
Yeah.
percentiles.
Yeah.
It's the
Yeah.
same guy.
It should have been.
Come,
And, and,
even in my
Yeah.
neighborhood, the same people come out of jail. They start breaking windows. I know who it is already. It's the same
and
people.
also, look, if you have any black phenotype, like anything that like, can look black, and if you're 30% black, even if you're 30% black, 70% white, that's going to be a black homicide stat. If you have a little bit of a fro, you have a bit of a broader nose. It
Right.
doesn't matter if you're majority white. Why does that 30% black, 70% white person go to the black stats rather than the white stats? Like that doesn't make sense.
Here's another thing. This is a little bit of
One
my
drop.
theory, right? What you think about this,
One
Jelani?
drop.
Right? This is my little theory, right? When you went when blacks first came to New York, right? There was already a lot of white criminals, like Irish, Italians, right? And criminals, they tend to stick with other criminals. They're in that whole little world doing drugs, doing illegal stuff. They intermarry, right? So this person's half Italian, this person's half Irish, his grandfather's Irish, but now his criminality comes from his Irish criminality culture, from the Ireland culture. But now, since he's mixed with just a little bit of black, he's counted as a black criminal. Like that shit to me doesn't make no sense. Like, wait a minute, the African American side of him wasn't even criminals. It was really the white side of him, and they continue this on. But since he still has black in him, the one drop rule, he's counted as a black criminal. Which
Right.
it is hard to really quantify that, but that's something that's got to be understood as well.
Well, see, again, it's because they use race, right? So if they broke everything down by ethnicity, if they use ethnicity, then they wouldn't have the benefit of the numbers in which they use them when they want to manipulate stats to make it seem like the black community itself is a problem. Well, that's because you're trying to classify everybody as fucking white, and everybody is not white. That's why we need to do ethnic stats, not racial stats, but we need to do ethnic stats because Black Americans are arguably the largest ethnicity in America, probably besides the English. Like it's the Americans, the English, and the Germans. Like we're pretty much the largest ethnicities here. So if we were to break these stats down by ethnicity, then their entire arguments of trying to manipulate those statistics to show that it's a white versus black thing, to try and paint the black race as something because of what a microscopic fraction of it or what a microscopic portion of it is doing, is so disingenuous. But it's because they hide behind blanket whiteness. We really need to remove the blanket whiteness. Let's break everything down by ethnicity, and then we'll get a better picture of which ethnicity is responsible for these particular stats.
Yeah, that's a better way to distribute the data. But even when it comes to slave masters, I've always had this theory that a lot of the slave masters were like Portuguese, Spaniard, because the southern states are named in Spanish. They were originally colonized by the Spanish. They had a lot of slaves. The English really didn't do slavery to that extent. They had a few islands here, Jamaica, Trinidad. I don't think they had the capacity like the Spanish. I think that Confederate war they had was really like Iberic versus Northern English, and their economy was based on slavery, and the other economy was not majorly based on slavery. They wanted to change it for whatever reasons, it was like an economic reason. But I think a lot of these people, they're assimilated to speaking English. It's sort of like, in Argentina, you have many people who are German and Scottish and Welsh and Italian, but they all speak Spanish now, right? And what people tend to do is they'll pick whatever last name that's favorable. So let's say if you got a person who's a Spaniard slave master, right? America's now speaking English is administered by English administration. They'll just change their last name to, like, if it was McDonald's, it'll be McDonald now. Or if they did have one person with an English last name, they'll go with it. All right, just call me Miss, James Collins, even though his name is James Collins Gutierrez, right? He'll drop the Gutierrez, go with the Collins. This is what happened in Argentina. People that had a bunch of different last names, but it wasn't favorable for the Spanish culture. You couldn't be, Carlos Yashowitz. It doesn't sound right. But he does have another last name that's like Dominguez. He'll just go with Dominguez. So I think some of that happened too. There's a lot of complexity to the situation in America, man. It's not as simple as people think.
Real quick, guys, we got 154 people in here. Ron, you're welcome to come back up. I didn't try to kick you before. I tried to mute you because you rudely interrupted me. And I don't have the power to mute everyone, so I accidentally pressed kick instead of mute. So you're welcome to come back up if you're still listening, Ron. But listen, if I'm speaking, I need everyone to be quiet because I need to control the space and to bring some order. I think that Ron might be suggesting again. We got Charlie, and also, guys, if you want to come up on the panel, we got a decent audience here, 150 people. If you want to come up, share your views. In the description of this video, or if you're on my Twitter, go to my recent tweet. You'll see the StreamYards link. Just click on that. You don't need an account. And you can come straight in. So, the new speaker, go ahead. What do you have to say? The person that just requested the mic, what's your name?
You have to unmute yourself with the button under there. The mic button. Check if it's in red. Yeah, but I want to add another layer to this, Jelani, right?
What's this person's name?
Jelani, I want to say something else, man. And this one's going to be a bit of a pushback towards the Black community that I criticize.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, because I grew up in the hood. Like, I really grew up in the hood.
Can you hear me, Urban?
Yeah, I can hear you. So I want to say something. It's a bit of criticism. Cool. I'm gonna have to put a little bit of accountability on the Black community, the FBA community, because I grew up in the hood. Like, I grew up in the hood, really fucked up life. Like, my mom, I had no dad, all that bullshit, boo-hoo, right? And I see people who have their mom and dad or have a real, like, hardworking mother. He's Black. He grew up outside of the inner city, but he still tries to be this wannabe tough guy, wannabe tough. And I know we were all kind of victims of that in the early 2000s, but come on, bro. You don't want people to racially profile you or be unnecessarily scared of you. But then sometimes I do see some Black people who kind of want non-Blacks to be afraid of them. They be a little bit loud, a little bit rude, a little bit. They want that kind of energy. So some of that shit, you got to blame it on your own people. And I'm talking about particularly them. If you grew up in the hood and that's all you know is ratchet shit, I don't care what race you is, you're kind of a slave to that. So it's like, there's not much you can do. You could get saved, you probably could not. But if you fucking know better, what the fuck are you doing? Like, that shit always get me mad. Like, I'll be like, where you from? You from North Plainfield, but you're not even from the hood, bro. You from fucking Linden, New Jersey. Why are you doing it? Or I even see them come to the hood and sell drugs and everything. I'm like,
there's this guy called Umar Bar. There's a guy called Umar Bar, and his dad was an astrophysicist from Sierra Leone. He lived in one of the most expensive suburbs in America. It was the top 5% of household incomes. He always said he was from the hood. And so I found out where he lived. And so I went to Google Maps and I put in Street View. I drop it down in front of his house. The first thing I see is an old white guy in a knitted sweater walking a poodle. And so this guy wanted, because I guess he was a tether, and he wanted people to fear him. He wanted to act like he was tough. He's an astrophysicist himself. He's studying that. But when he was like 27 years old, he's like, I want to start selling drugs to be more black. I guess like this guy had every opportunity given to him. Uh, yeah, it was really strange.
Right.
It's strange, bro. Like, look, I think
Yeah.
you guys are in
Yeah.
a similar
It's lifestyle,
position.
man. You know,
Yo, look, I think you
it's a
guys are in a
glorification
similar
of a
position
lifestyle.
as the Italians. Like the Italians used to be tough as hell in New York. They were about it. Like you see the old movies, like Bronx Tale. They was even slapping black people, slapping Puerto Rico. They were a menace, man. I hear OGs talk about how there was Italian gangs on it, but they let it go, bro. They're just like, yo, bro, we middle class now.
Well, I wouldn't say they
I
necessarily
think
let it go.
I
I mean,
think
they're
black
still there.
people as a whole have to let that shit go. You're not doing that anymore. You guys moved up. You're in another bracket, another financial bracket, everything. You're living better. That's great. Just embrace it. You gotta let all that fake gangster shit gotta go. Just to the fake gangster. I ain't talking about people who really in the hood. That's a different situation. I understand
Right.
that. But all the
see,
fake gangster shit, that shit gotta stop.
Yeah.
Not
But
helpful.
see, like people of all, like people will gravitate to, you know, what's more acceptable, or, you know, what's more popular. You know, you take the you know, the white guys who want to be, you know, with the leather jackets and want to be bikers or something. You know, you got a guy who come from the suburbs and now he wants to try to be a biker and get tattoos and, you know, be Travis Barker and shit. So like people gravitate to the fantasy of living a
Let's talk
certain
about the
life.
role. I think where you're going is the role between men and women, and what men should be leaders and what women are willing to accept in that community. So what you have is kind of a matriarchy. So that's why you see the flashiness and the gangster shit, is because that is what's working. There's a lot of things that are working. A lot of an artificial reward system that is to the detriment of the culture. The culture needs to be more centered around men, which is hard. And we can talk about kind of the nurture. But I don't know how we're going to debunk this 13, 15. Those are just basic statistics. So,
Well, I mean, we have already.
We already debunked it earlier.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, Blend. So it's
Okay.
the composition fallacy. Let me pull up my tweet.
Yeah, and then I had something else.
So as I wrote a tweet, the 1350 meme collectivizes the entire black population instead of the black criminal. A more honest framing would be looking at what percentage of black people are arrested for homicide on an annual basis, and that's a fairly simple calculation. So it's 6,000 divided by 48 million, the black population, which means 1 in 7,500 black people will be charged for homicide. Doesn't mean convicted, but charged. So that means that 99.9875% of black Americans are not involved at all. So instead of collectivizing the race and saying, oh, well, 13% of the population, well, it's the black homiciders versus the black population would be a more honest framing. And instead of indicting 13% of the population, the entirety of black Americans, you should say that, well, it's actually 99.9875% of black Americans that aren't involved on this homicide.
And another thing, I hate to, this is kind of an exception to the rule, but I'm gonna be honest, I've experienced it in my life. I'm not the one to be like, oh, my skin color or this or racism. I don't let that shit affect me. I think nobody should let that affect you. Even if you're experiencing that, you need to overcome that. But I seen dudes get caught up for bullshit, man. Like my boy Hood and my boy Luch. I remember there used to be this girl used to go to the bar. Her husband worked at night, right? Her husband's like Italian. She was like Puerto Rican, an older lady. She used to come all the time and get drunk.
But these are anecdotal. The anecdotal is not going to.
Look. They
How's the
went back home.
anecdotal
Wait a
debunk?
minute. They went back home with her, and they fucked. She want to get fucked. She be fucking mad niggas. She got fucked by my boy Hood, my boy Luch. And then when the husband came home, they raped me. Bro, they did like fucking a year and a half. We had to go over there. My best friend, sister had to go over there crying and shit like that. For them to get out. She admitted it. It was a lie. And then it got free. That counts as a statistic too. But she just used it like it seems nice. Some black dude with dreadlocks, he's raping me. I would never do this. She wanted the BBC, bro. You know what I mean? This is more different. There's different situations like that. I've seen it happen a lot. I could say like a lot of dudes who got jackets. I could say like 10 to 15% of it was some exaggerated.
Yeah, like
but hold on, one mic, please. We're talking about murder. Like you don't have a murder and then some so there's like a false confession for. I mean, it'd be a false confession, but there's clearly a dead body, so it's not like a rape and then a situation. I understand what you're saying, but we're dealing with
most of the time
empirical here.
for murder also.
We're dealing with empiricals here. So just to respond to what Davinsky was saying, that's a fallacy in itself because you're only doing it on a yearly basis. You're not extrapolating it properly. And what it is the propensity for violence. Now you're right. Now I could steal man Jelani. I've had this argument before. The majority of the black community is not even a felon. 33% of black males are. So that speaks to my point about the leaders
It's
of the
lower
community.
than that now.
Well,
Those are early 2000 statistics.
Oh yeah, it's more like 23% now, or 20%.
I have to look at that. I mean, okay. Point being,
yeah.
still, that doesn't change my point. If the propensity is higher, and there's some type of clearly something's going wrong for you. So if you guys
But it's not racial.
sit here
It's social.
and try to obfuscate the fact that there is something wrong with the community, and then try to play these games with statistics. No matter if you look at the statistics on a yearly basis, compare that to white males or white women or Asian women, or let's just compare men to women, right? Is there a violence issue with men, right, versus women? If we take race out of it and take the emotional charge out of the argument, you can quantifiably say that yes, men are more violent than women. And is there something we should do about that?
Well, of
And
course, just because we have distinguished differences between men and women, like completely distinguished differences. So of course we can do that. Race is more subjective than gender is.
well, I think there's distinguishable differences between races.
Well, I mean,
So
So why
but
aren't
not to the
homicide
extent,
rates?
though.
Why aren't
Not to
homicide
the
rates
extent, though.
consistent?
Like, I mean, yeah, we have some, and also though those differences are not because of race. We're not different because of the race. The race is a result of the difference itself.
Yeah, I mean, if there was a biological determinism that you'd see with blacks having a higher propensity for violence in a genetic aspect, you'd see like a constant across the globe, which you don't. The black homicide rates are right now about 25 per 100,000. But in places like Ghana, it's like 2 per 100,000. In the UK, it's 4 per 100,000.
Yeah.
So these aren't constants. They dramatically differ based on the circumstances, on the culture, on the environment in which people are. If you look at New York City in the
Right.
1800s, 1900s, the Irish homicide rate was 25 per 100,000, which is equivalent to what blacks are today. Blacks were actually below that of the New York City average in the 1850s, 1900s.
Yeah, what was the life expectancy? I mean, that's apples to orange conversation. We have to have an honest conversation. Again, so I want to move forward to either you could say
How
culture.
is
And
that apple to oranges? When the Irish were ghettoized, they had similar homicide
because
rates.
what was the life expectancy back then? Like, what's the chances if you're in the wild, wild west or frontier or in a new land? Yeah, I mean, there's no reason, no excuses. Those excuses are not here. Like the community excuses, I just don't see them in 2025, and I think we should address.
What has a life expectancy got to do with murder? Most murderers are between the ages of 15 and like 24. So like the people are living older than that. The vast majority, like it drops off significantly after that age.
No, I agree.
Here's the thing also. Here's another per capita fact too, right? So we love to use per capita. Here's an example. Population A has 10 people, 2 criminals. Population B has 1,000 people, 190 criminals. The per capita offense rate of population A is higher, but the absolute data shows.
Well, America, there's millions. You're dealing with population subsets of tens of millions, Johnny. I understand your point, but you're just doing gymnastics to deny the fact of a higher propensity in America. Yeah.
Just let me finish this though. Just let me finish. The per capita rate of population A is higher, right? But the absolute data shows that crime mitigation efforts should be focused on population B because of the magnitude. So while rates can show you, what's higher, like per capita can show you the rates that are higher, where is the magnitude of the crime happening? And that's where the focus should be. The focus should be on the magnitude of the crime, the overall magnitude, not the per capita offending rate, because as we can see, that can be skewed either way. And then here's another one.
It's not skewed in America. Like this denial is leading, exacerbating the problem is because you're not acknowledging there's a problem. Now, clearly, I don't think that you're.
I just
I don't
gave you
think you're the
math.
problem. If I could just finish.
I just gave you math. Talk about that equation I just gave you. I mean, like, come on.
It doesn't apply here because we're dealing with tens of millions of people, and so what you're doing is you're denying and you're obfuscating again. And I don't think you're the problem. I think maybe we could profess this conversation is I don't think just because you have your skin that you're part of that community, right? But we are talking about that community, right? So I know that you are probably not a felon and you're part of the majority of your community just based on this conversation. Or maybe you're, yeah. So you don't have to. you don't have to internalize this conversation and come up
A
with
fraction
these
of a
phenomena.
percent would ever commit
I'm
homicide in a
absolutely not
community.
internalizing. I'm just showing you the other side of the statistic in which, and how manipulative the 1350 is, because we can
It's
take
not.
that
We're
same
doing tens of
situation.
millions of people, and this is denial. We're doing tens of millions of people,
No,
and
but you're collectivizing. This
Well,
is the
listen, the same
composition
equation I
fallacy.
gave you, I can replace it with tens of
well,
millions of
it's
people.
being collectivized because he won't delineate. He'll delineate from an African, but he
Listen,
won't delineate from the criminals, and that's the problem. Is the community will not
no,
delineate.
no, listen,
We
listen,
don't
listen.
mind
It's
delineating from
not.
the criminals. The thing is that you all will not delineate us from the criminals. That's the problem. You all put the criminals, you put the under 1% with the 99%, and that's the issue. You
That
won't
is true.
delineate from the criminals when it comes to the
Yeah,
black community. We
that
I
do.
is
don't.
That's
I
fact.
just don't
exactly
like the
what we're doing.
anti-whiteness. If I could address my
We
point, I
all
don't. I
delineated
clearly
from the
do.
criminals, but
I
you
just don't
all
like
went on
the
that.
I just
Watch
don't
this,
like the
Leon.
anti-white bias because I'm telling, like I think people are
I mean, the
inherently
thing
different,
that
and that
is,
we're having
as I was saying
a
to Davinsky one
scapegoat.
time, that bias is well deserved over years of actions that led to it. It didn't just fall out of the sky, this anti-white bias. There were things that led up to that. But before I move on to that, this per capita thing, if the per capita thing was true about a natural or genetic propensity for violence for Black Americans, then by that calculation, shouldn't the rate of crime within our community rise with our population? By that logic,
I
if
don't
the
know. I don't know
13,
your point you're making, but if you look at IQ statistics and testosterone
no,
statistics,
I'm just saying, no,
that
just answer that
alone will show a
question.
genetic component. And
Just answer that question.
let me just clarify my preface is it's not anti-you, Jelani, because I think the proper
I
argument for you
know,
to make is that you're not part of that community, and it seems like
I
it's
know
so
that,
hard
man.
for
I
you
understand that.
and I understand the burden of having to do that, having to come in every conversation and say how I'm not like them, right? And whites have had to do that too, right? Because you're putting that same you're saying there's some type of unearned or some type of earned bad reputation just based on white, and that has actually driven policy, it's driven politics, it's been disastrous for the country. So I'm looking at more on a policy broad basis, and you're looking at more of an intellectual conversation of arguing on the internet and picking a team. But for me, it's more about what's the U.S. government is doing and the failure to recognize that there are differences and inherent differences amongst populations. So when I say these things and they come
No,
off
there's
negative,
inherent difference to their environment.
well, two things can be true. Clearly, and like I said, there's explanation for
Look,
more
Glenn,
violence.
my problem is like my thing is you're doing the composition fallacy, right? So like even if we were to collectivize Black people, which is a bad proxy for crime, let's just do that. It's 2% of counties in America are responsible for 50% of the homicide, and the vast majority of Black
Well,
people
10
don't live in those
cities.
2% of counties.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
10
but you're
cities.
denying that there's issue in those counties. But the same conversation that if we're going to say that we're debunking the 1250 myth is why Chicago and Memphis would not allow the National Guard there, because your side is saying, no, there is an issue. So we have to acknowledge that there is an issue within that
Well,
substance,
because
even if Johnny's not
is
part
the
of that.
National Guard used for that, though?
Yeah,
Is the National Guard used
Glenn,
for like
let me say something,
policing in
bro.
It's not.
cities?
Glenn, I
The
can
National
concede.
Guard
I
literally
don't
has
know
no
if
power.
Giovanni will concede. I will concede. I think the numbers are not 100% accurate. I think all of that stuff is true. I also do think there is a problem there amongst the foundational Black American community with crime. But here's the thing, though. It's not something that's just tied to genetics. It's not something in their
Right.
culture. It's not. It's kind of like they were forced, because I remember in the 60s, most of them were married, most of them were in households. They were trying to get educated, trying to do everything. When you cop block and blackball them from doing everything right, how then you gonna go and point out and say, "Oh, look, all they do is wrong"? It's like, come on, there's a component of that as well, because there's a metaphor I saw one time. It was that at the circus they'll tie the elephants up with just a little string, because when the elephant was a baby elephant, they put a chain on him. And he tugged and tugged every day until one day they just give up. And after they give up, you could just tie them up with a little string. They're never going to move from there because they mentally gave up. And I think a lot of them are victims of that. Again, that's another damage that the government has done. This is why I'm a pro-reparations person, because there's damages, obviously, that was done by the hierarchy all the way to the top of the government against the Black community that they still suffer to today. And they should be recompensed for that. It should be like more of a lawsuit thing, in my opinion. But yeah, there is something there, but it isn't because they're Black or there's something inferior to the
Right.
culture. You look at
Well,
the
why were they
culture,
enslaved in the
especially
first place? You have to go back to the
50 years
Genesis.
ago,
Now, first
is
of
not
all,
how it is now.
what you're
This is a
saying is
byproduct of racism. It really is in a lot of ways. I'm
no,
sorry.
no, no, sir. The racism. Listen, I mean, you could make that argument, and two things can be true, right? There's bad things that happen. There's bad things that happen to everybody, right? Um, but make the argument, it denies the fact that even when they were under the thumb, and this fallacy of these uh, suited and booted African Americans in the early 20s that were the Roaring 20s, they still committed murder 3 times the rate. Even when they were married, like you said before the New Deal, they still committed murder 3 times the rate of whites.
You got to bring up those statistics.
Depending where you
50s?
are, the Irish committed murder double the rate of New York City, double to triple, and black people were below that of New York City.
Bro, when you
It
look
was
in the
20
50s,
to
there's like not
25
even
per
movies on black
100,000 in
criminals.
the
Most of them is
1800s
white
and early
criminals,
1900s.
mafioso, Italians,
Yeah,
Jews.
and
There
there's a
isn't even
genetic
a big
component to
culture
Irish.
of that.
There's a genetic component to
There
Irish.
Here's
is.
the
I
thing,
mean,
though.
look at criminal, Puerto Rican criminals,
So
Dominican criminals back,
why
and the
is
Mexican back.
Ireland why does
Not like
Irish
how it
people
is
why do
today.
Irish people have
And
such lower homicide rates today? Why is it one of the lowest in Europe?
Because they assimilated.
Assimilated to their own country?
No, no, no. No, I talked about you talking about New York City, so you're jumping around in Ireland
Look,
in
when
1920s. I don't
when
know about Ireland
Ireland
history.
became when Ireland gained its independence in the 1960s, it was the poorest country in Western Europe, right? And so you would look at that and you'd be like, well, these old like kind of race realists from back in those days, they would have been like, oh, these people just have like a propensity, like it's not their circumstances, they're just naturally criminals. Fast forward to 2025, they have the highest in terms of white countries. Irish people are the highest in the world for the PISA, the PISA, the International Standardized Exam, which closely correlates with national IQs. So how do you go from like the Irish are savages and how they were depicted to being the smartest
Yeah.
white people in the
Well, they didn't
world
deny the
having
issue.
the
I can tell you one
highest?
thing they didn't deny the issue like you guys are doing. You guys are obfuscating and denying there's an issue. So there's accountability. There's assimilation.
Accountability for what?
There's
Their
probably a leading
situation was
man.
forced upon them.
Probably police efforts, things like that. Like I thought you were talking about the 1920s, and I do think there's a genetic component to the Ireland people from Ireland being the whipping boy for England. I think there's an evolutionary component for that, and I'm 25% Irish, by the way, so I don't have a problem saying that. I can look at my own.
It's not, though. Like, it's
Yeah, but
just,
you're
it's
debunking
just
yourself
man.
because you're saying that the Irish had a
Yeah,
genetic component. Where did those genes go? Why is Ireland so
exactly.
advanced and so civilized to
Evolution
this
changed.
day?
They evolved. They evolved. Their culture evolves, and
What
genetics and
in what,
culture.
like 50 years they evolved genetically to
Right.
become a different people?
Well, I mean,
And then they still,
it could be two
the
things.
English and the Irish still hate each other. Like, they literally would still go to war with one another, if it were not for certain things in place right now. Like, it's blend. Again, if what you all were saying was true when it came to specifically crime and what you're trying to use it to prove this narrative, then our rate of crime should increase with our population. There is no way that our population has doubled since the 50s and our rate of crime is the exact same. Like again, it's debunked in that period because if that was true, the rate would have to increase with the population. Would it or would it not?
Well,
And
I just
another
think.
thing is the whole everything negative about that small subset of the black community, the FBA community, has been going down. They're shifting into middle class positions,
Constantly going
getting more
down.
educated. So even if you want to say, "Oh, you wasn't accountable for those years," okay, fine, bro. They're doing it now. They're on the way
Right.
there now. Like, it's done. Like, we're speaking to a black economy right now. I'm unemployed. I don't know if you're employed. Davinsky is a high end coach. So we're the fucking shiesty ones here. This guy's a professional, so he's the
Yeah.
only black person. So it's ironic. So you
People
gotta
in
look at
Chicago,
it that
right?
way too, man. It's in 100 years, I don't even think this is gonna be an issue. Not even 50
It's not.
years.
It's not. For one,
That'd be a
because
lot.
race is going to be so ambiguous in about the next 50 years. Black Americans are going to be more European. Europeans are going to be more African. Black American, like, it's most definitely coming to that. But you just take Chicago, for example, that everybody loves to use. Chicago had maybe a 30 or 40%, well, I think maybe like a 20, like a 30%, 35% drop off in murders from 23 to 24. In 24, I believe it was 400 some odd murders in Chicago. The black population in Chicago is 700,000. 700,000. So we're going to make such a big deal out of 400 murders compared to the 700,000 people who are there. Of course, no one should die. We shouldn't have murders in the perfect world.
Okay, what about the
But
carjackings? What about? I mean, there's things downstream.
well, I
Murder
mean,
is just a full, just a canary in
even
the
at
coal
that,
mine.
the ratio is still the same. It's still under 1%. It still is. It's still only a
Yeah,
certain
but
number.
even Chicago, like I always felt like Chicago's always been one of the most bloodiest, notorious city. No matter what group of people were committing crimes, when it was the Italians, they were the bloodiest Italians. When it was the Irish, they were the bloodiest ones. Everyone who's doing crime, whoever inherits the crime infrastructure in Chicago, is a very dog eat dog. Is very bloody. It's always been like that since Al Capone. They just inherited that shit. Anything in Chicago has to do with crime is going to be a lot of violence in it. That's
See,
how the
America
nature of
is
crime is in that
Let
city.
me just
It's
do some
outside of the black
housekeeping.
community. A lot of
Yeah,
it.
no, that's a good point. Just some housekeeping. We have 186 people listening live. That's a lot of
yeah,
people. So if you like this, if you're listening to this on YouTube or if you're listening to this on Twitter, like, retweet the space, share it. Let's get some more people in here. And if you want to come up as a speaker on the panel, we can have 10 people on the panel. So you're welcome to come and join. The only thing is no slurs. You can talk about what you want to talk about. Just don't come in yelling out slurs. And in order to join, you just go to the description of this video. I'll post a link in the comment section now. Give me a second. So here's the link in the comment section. But you can go to my recent tweet as well, and the link to join StreamYards is there. You don't need an account. It's super easy to join up on the panel. And if you're on YouTube, go to the description of the video. You can join the Streamlabs StreamYards link there as well to come join. So yeah, thanks for tuning in. My name is Dr. Davinsky. We have Jelani, Dr. Blend, and Dr. Urban here. So I appreciate these guys for coming as well.
We're all
Again, that's
doctors.
enough.
right.
Yeah, it's per capita, but I'm still
Per
waiting to hear this
capita.
dunk though, because and again, it kind of feels like we're beaten up. A lot of times I got to play the guy that's beaten up. I do agree with the nurture role. I don't want you guys to think that I don't think that nurture or things that happen in someone's life plays no role. Like where you're born, for instance, if you're born in Chicago versus being born in the suburbs, obviously that plays a role. But I think predominantly it plays a role because the people that you're born around, and the culture that you're born around, and I there's things about Black culture I like. So I don't want to come in and sound like
But
I'm.
crime stats aren't stagnant though. That look, if you look at over the past
No,
20
I agree with
years,
something has to be done. Denying that. Okay, hold on. Let's. I'll take a step back, but we have to acknowledge that they exist. It sounds like Jelani's not even acknowledging that these crime stats exist, and
they
he
Oh,
can.
exist,
they
but I
most
think
definitely
the
exist.
1350 meme is a mischaracterization. It's the composition
Right.
fallacy where you're
That's
ascribing criminality to the entirety of the black
the
population. And
entire
I think a better
population.
framing, look, you
Right.
can say that they're statistically more likely. That is true. But you can
Right.
also not frame it in a way that indicts the entirety of the black population,
Everybody.
considering
Yeah, that's true.
99.975% of them are never going to kill someone on a given year.
No, I agree 1,000%. But here's the thing: is we've gone through a political climate where we say Black Lives Matter, and then we ignore the statistics and make it an anti-white political theater where the white man's the threat, and then swept on the rug. The real horror of this is that there's a lot of people in that community that do want help, and politically, they're actually disenfranchised both ways because they're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. I think Urban had alluded to that, where you have somebody that I think it's called like a survivor's guilt. It's the impact of being a minority in a country going against the majority, but they always want to kind of revert back to the don't disrespect me, or some type of solidarity with the worst of their community. But the reason I bring all this up is because I don't, like I said, with the political climate, the changing uh, of the kind of the guard and these falsehoods, which have led to anti-whiteness. So that's really, I'm not really just trying to push back on anti-whiteness, saying that there is a difference, and there are explanations for these things, because all these questions that we're trying to get to the bottom of are all in response, in my opinion, to, like I said, Black Lives Matter and all the political
So
bullshit that we have
Blend,
going
you're
on.
Blend, have
Dominican,
you,
right?
hang on, just quickly, Urban, have you heard of the warrior gene, Blend?
Yeah, I've heard of that, but I think that there's some
You know, the
controversy.
highest frequency of the warrior gene is actually in East Asians. So they tried to ascribe it to Germans after the Second World War to figure out why have these people caused two world wars in the span of 20 years or so. So they tried to do this like genetic determinism for why they're so violent. And modern science has shown actually the highest frequency of the so-called warrior gene is found in East Asians, and these people have the lowest homicide rates in the world. So, look, unless you can find me a genetic code for criminality and homicide within black people, then look, this is just like
I
unfounded.
can though. I can explain it. Testosterone and IQ, well, particularly testosterone. Which testosterone is a great thing, guys. Right? We're all men here.
Don't
I
even
think
bring
yeah.
up
So,
IQ, man.
IQ is not
we'll just go
biological.
to testosterone. If we go to testosterone, you see higher levels, a lower, a maturity and a puberty rate a lower rate. So again, testosterone is a great thing, but if it's unsupervised or it is being influenced by a bad culture or bad music or bad art, then that's going to be, that's just a recipe for disasters. So like I said, unsupervised high testosterone young males, and that's when, again, so if we go back, most crime is committed by young males, right? So we can see the correlation between young males, violence, and testosterone. And if you have,
You struggling, Blaine. You struggling. Look, let me ask you a question, man. You're Dominican, right?
no, I'm not Dominican.
What are you? I think you said you was Dominican. What are you?
I'm a bunch of things. I'm white.
You're white. I thought you was Hispanic.
No, I'm German. I'm Dutch. I'm Native American. I'm Italian.
Oh, okay. Well, look, I was gonna say, like in my country, in my parents' country, we have problems with our neighbors. Right? They're Haitians, right? A lot of times, a lot of ignorant, lower educated Dominicans, they'll make it into like a mulatto versus like pure black thing because they're more pure African than us. And it's not really about that. It's about what they've done to us and the history and stuff like that. And I think that some of similar happens in the black community where they also make it a black and white thing, but it's not really about the whole global white community of the world. It's about what the government in particular has done against them. And as I stated earlier, they've done a lot of stuff to, blackball them and stop them from being as successful as they could have been.
In
So
2025, they're doing that.
I understand that
In
frustration.
2025, they're
Anybody
doing
who's
that already.
frustrated, but I would
2025.
concede that focusing in on just all white people because 70% of white people came in after the Emancipation Proclamation and blah blah blah. So I
Right.
understand that, but I would be mad too. It's just what the fuck. I mean, that's be
Well, you
humane
that'd
about
be
it,
easy to
you know.
influence, right? Because it's
But I
2025.
don't think people are being anti-white. White people still on top. They're still good. Don't worry about them. They're doing just fine.
Most
I think
definitely.
this is a
Most definitely
natural
doing just fine.
fluctuation. Is backlashing this way, the pendulum coming that way, but it's gonna settle in the middle. We're gonna be in a good place, but it just takes time. Some of this just takes time. These conversations are part of that, mitigating that, finding a middle place for that. You know what
Right.
I mean?
And
They're
that's what this
getting into
time
a better
is.
direction.
That's
Yeah.
easy
And
to
that's
say
what
from
this
somebody
time
that gets
is.
a hold on. It's easy to say from two people that get a benefit over from me when we apply for a job, right? So we're trying to be
Well,
anti-discrimination, and again, so we can only look at the
I
net
never put
basis.
my race
hold
out there
on.
when I
Hold on,
applied
that's
for
not
jobs.
necessarily true because you have a better chance at getting the job because so many of your people or your people who you want to be a part of, Mexican, uh, own the jobs that you're trying to get, So like you still have a greater chance at getting the job just through sheer
This is
population
just
size.
bullshit, guys. The S&P 500 between
Well, that's
2000
fine.
post George Floyd. No, post George Floyd. Let me just call you guys on your bullshit. Like this, you're not debunking any myths here. You guys are just showing that you're bad at math. From 2020 to 2023, after Black Lives Matter, when everybody you couldn't go on a dating app about somebody trying to virtue signal and say how Black Lives Matter, while they ignored these black and black crime statistics, right? And at that same time, they made a pledge and said all the stuff you're saying, all
What
this
point are
U.S.
you
government.
making?
Let me finish. Let me finish my point. What they did in the S&P 500, the white man is still what 40% of the population, 35% of the population. Only 6% of
Hey,
S&P 500 jobs went to white people. They listened. They made policies to discriminate against white people. It's inherently wrong. If you can't just say that's inherently wrong, then I don't know how we can move forward when you're saying it's okay
Yeah,
to
but
discriminate against
okay, I
Hang
can
on,
people.
concede.
hang
You're
on.
Look,
not getting
listen, I
discriminated
Before we
against.
understand
hang
why.
on, hang on. Before we move on to the SMP, I want to counter the testosterone hypothesis. So the latest comprehensive meta-analysis, hundreds of effects, finds the correlation between baseline testosterone and male aggression is tiny, about 0.07, and lab testosterone administration has no reliable effect on aggression. Overall effect is zero and non-significant. So this idea that testosterone is causing a significant difference between races is in terms of aggression is just not founded in reality.
Oh, you guys must have don't know the reality. That's why when women get injected, these transvestites get injected with testosterone, it makes a huge difference.
The
Uh,
association between baseline testosterone and male aggression was R
well, are we looking
zero
at
point
baseline? Or are we
zero
looking at
seven.
there's different type of testosterone measurements? There's also freeform.
So
Uh,
it's relatively weak. So to again, you're
this is not.
postulating things that,
This is
Glenn,
and
what
not.
are
also
you talking about, man?
testosterone,
You're saying
But
testosterone.
testosterone. So
Hang on,
being a man makes you more
testosterone
just
levels are
violent.
dropping.
so
Like
just
Testosterone and low
testosterone,
IQ,
just as
a combination of
Urban
low
was
okay,
IQ and
telling
we've
you.
already
testosterone makes
debunked
you a criminal.
testosterone. We've debunked
Okay,
testosterone.
go to the jail studies and you'll see that there's a correlation between low IQ and testosterone and being even a white male
If you're
has a
in
low
jail, you
IQ
got low
There's no
IQ, and if you're in jail,
correlation
you're working out all
between
and you
day.
have
You
higher
have high.
testosterone in jail.
testosterone
You
and
don't know that you have
What are you
high
aggression
talking
in
testosterone in
about,
jail?
males.
nigga? That you don't make no sense.
You
Yeah.
don't. You
You're
guys don't
talking
know that
about a symptom, not
that
about a
prison inmates
cause.
It's
have
a
higher
very weak
testosterone.
correlation
It's
blend,
not
testosterone and male
because you're
aggression.
trying to again. You're trying to debunk this myth because you guys were trying to debunk reality, right? And we could go back
How's it reality if meta-analysis is
because
proving that there's
you're
no
not looking
strong
at
correlation?
you're
It's a
cherry
weak
picking the
correlation. It's
studies
very weak. A very
because
weak
you're cherry
correlation.
picking.
0.07.
But listen, there's total testosterone, there's free flowing testosterone, and there's testosterone levels of teenage testosterone levels. So yeah,
So which testosterone causes male aggression?
Right.
I
Because
look
you're
up
doing
the
the
study.
same
I
thing,
don't have
man.
it in
You
front of
can't
me, but I thought that's just accepted.
Glenn, if
Like you
that was
guys,
true,
well,
then
man,
most
how can
crimes
you
would be
bring it up if you
committed
don't
by
even know which
athletes.
one?
Then high school athletes and athletes in general would be committing more of the crimes because they got higher testosterone than
Exactly.
everybody, including females. That don't make no
Exactly.
sense what you're saying. You're talking about in jail,
because
people
they're
are low IQ. If you're in
supervised.
jail,
I
you're
said
tending to be low IQ. And if you're in jail,
that's
you tend to be doing a lot of exercising, you're sleeping good, you don't have a lot of stress, you got no bills to pay. People are actually not stressed out as you think in jail. People like jail. Some motherfuckers like going to jail. It's easy.
Exactly.
You just work out all day and talk shit about sports. And you
Yeah,
get a
those
chance at your
testosterone
girlfriend.
levels in jail would be extremely inflated because that's all they do. They do work out. That's
Keep
the only thing
fighting
they
and
can
shit
do.
too. Like you
you
gotta
got to
fight for
get
your
to
life.
deny
Like
reality.
your
The problem
whole
is you're trying to
hormones is
explain.
active.
Man,
Your whole
man, listen.
No,
vital
there's
So
no
here's the
signs.
thing.
reality. It's a 0.07. It's a very weak correlation. You put it down to, so we've debunked the testosterone argument. Now you said IQ. IQs aren't stagnant either.
You guys just want to like
Look,
this is
Glenn,
just bullshit.
like
Like okay, we're gonna
when it
we've had
comes
these.
when it comes to intentional homicide rates, you can look at Haiti and the Dominican Republic over the past
I was
25
breaking up.
years. And for most of those, the early 2000s and 2000s, Haiti had a significantly lower homicide rate than the Dominican Republic. The Dominican Republic now is significantly below Haiti. These things fluctuate. So these are still the genetic people, same group of people, but why are the Dominicans? And you, because you do this with the FBAs, you said, oh, well, they're criminal classes that came from America, from Africa, because they were slaves, and they got rid of their degenerates. Well, why is it that the Dominican Republic, which also has that slave ancestry from West Africa, commit homicide at a significantly lower level
Well, why
than
is
other
the Dominican
populations?
Republican? Why is the Dominican Republic's got a bunch of mullatoes and they're more successful than Haiti, which
But
is a
why
failed
did it
state?
fluctuate? Why was it much
Well, why has
higher
Haiti been a
10 years
failed
ago?
state? Like you're talking about murder
Yeah,
crimes went
but
from a
the
failed
most
state that didn't even
successful
report
country
murder.
in the
Why did it
Caribbean,
fluctuate from
the
10 years ago,
Why
richest
did
Glenn?
they
country in the
fluctuate? Because
Caribbean, number
Haiti doesn't
one
have a
country in the
functioning
Caribbean
government to
is
report their murderers.
Barbados. That is a
No, that
black
they
country.
have.
They got the cleanest country, highest economy, the most educated people, everything, and they're black people. The majority are black, pure black people, not mulatto, not none of that. They're mostly dark-skinned black people. What about
Okay.
that?
Well, listen, if we get back to testosterone, and again, my premise really is that I think that the white male is being discriminated. And I give you statistics. If you want to look up the S&P
That's the
500
point.
firing from 2000 to
That's
2000
the
to
point.
2023.
That's so anecdotal, though. That's so anecdotal when you look at the totality of the benefit that whites have had from the job market and from the S&P 500. Like, come
Well,
on,
who
you
founded the
have
S&P
look at
500 company?
look
This
at
is just
how much you
bullshit.
have to. I'm just saying though. Look at how much you have to caveat. Look at how much you have to get specific on to find some way to say, "Oh, white men are oppressed." When in totality, they're still leading in all of those categories. They're still at the top of all of those categories.
Well,
And for
would you
the
be
future,
surprised if
they're
I say I
still
thought they
going.
were better at founding corporations? So if the most of the founders are founding corporations, inherently they're going to be better. Like I don't agree with
I mean,
nepotism, but
still, I mean,
they're going to be more qualified to
I'm not. Hey, listen, I'm
steer
not
a ship that
complaining about
you
this. I'm not complaining about
built.
that because America has never been a meritocracy. So the whole DEI argument to me is fake and false because America has not ever been a meritocracy. It's always been about who you know and not what you know. It's always been about nepotism. It's always been about promoting the people who are your family members. I mean, look at how many presidents we've had who were father and son. You know, we have a lot in comparison, especially when you think about it, you know, but that's just how it is here. So like this whole thing about the DEI and trying to make white males a victim because they're not getting 100% of the benefit now, it's just a fallacy. You know, right now,
yeah, look, DEI wasn't perfect, but it was an initiative to go in the right direction.
Yeah,
I think now, you know, they could close the gates on this time, but I think it was necessary for that time.
See, so the guards have changed.
It wasn't perfect.
The guards have changed. This anti-white hate that you're trying to go against all the time, like, it's well earned, Lynn. It's well earned through the history, through the.
There you have it. There you have it. It's well earned. There you have it.
It's
two thumbs out.
It is, Glenn.
I earned hate. I earned a lesser opportunity because something happened. I got nothing to do with it. This is the problem with the conversation. And again, the pendulum is swinging. You can't complain about the pendulum swinging when you say stupid shit like that.
Glenn, it does not matter whether you had anything to do with it or not, but you're living in the time period when the karma from all of that stuff is being put here. Like, you all missed out on the golden era of when it was good 100% for white people. You missed out on it. Now times have changed. Now, yes, whites are going to get discriminated against, because look at how long whites did discrimination. Like, it's just the changing of the guard. It's the swinging of the pendulum. And you all just happen to be living in this time when the pendulum has swung the other way. You're not going to get the benefit that your fathers and your grandfathers and your great-grandfathers got, because you
what do you know about my father? What do you know about what benefit my father had? What do you know what benefit my father had? No. Tell me about the benefit my father had. Go ahead and tell me about the benefit my father had. You're just ridiculous. With your cope and failure, you can't even look at basic statistics. You're tell me about what my father went through. This is insane.
Listen, you're not ever going to be able to end the anti-white hate, Glenn, and especially making up all these statistics, cherry picking all of these facts and all these things. It's not going to happen, bro. It's just something that you have to live through. Now, your great-grandchildren, they may get to see a day when anti-white hate has gone down. But until then, this is just the karma of all the past actions coming back. This is the consequences. And that's something that you all, as fucked up as it is,
this is the majority of back people believe. Lonnie showed you what the majority, even he could be a smartest accountant. You could say he just doesn't understand the world, right? He's all this built up hate for something that 1% of the population did, which, mind you, 10% of the population died freeing his ungrateful ass. And then we no matter what we do, we prop him up, make an account. He's not going to understand the way the fucking world works. And he's going to insult me, tell me what the fuck my father went through, and troll me. You don't know shit about when my father was born and what the fuck he went through.
There are consequences for actions, Glenn. There are consequences for that. There are consequences for all the things that happen in America. And that's what we're living in. We're living in the consequences of our forefathers.
I agree with that. Okay, so
no, your forefathers. Let's talk about your great-great-great-daddy, because if you're FBA, the majority of FBAs, you got slave owner blood in your Y chromosome. I don't got no slave owner. I tell you, my dad was born in Germany, and then served his country.
That's a valid point in a way.
That's definitely a valid point. So you go look in the mirror. You want to see a slave owner? All this FBA bullshit. All this FBA bullshit. Go look in the fucking mirror. You got 20% European rapist DNA in you that you hate so much. It's just self-hate. My dad came to America, dirt floors, couldn't swim, and when he went to serve the military, and he couldn't fucking swim, and he made himself up to something because he didn't piss and moan. He was given an opportunity, and made the best of it. You've been given an opportunity, and you squandered it. That's what's happening. You, the last entails of black capital you got from white guilt is being squandered. You just squandered the capital we gave you properly.
I understand, Blinn, but I'm gonna tell you just like you told me. See, you're internalizing this, Blinn. You're making this about you. You're personalizing it. I was not speaking to you specifically. I was speaking to the white race as a whole. But just like you told me, see, you're internalizing this. This is not about Blinn. This is about the white race that Blinn wants to try to be a part of. That Blinn wants to cape so much for, so he'll be accepted by. This is what this is about.
No, it's because I have a child that goes to school. And they were in a gifted program, and one of the requirements, if you're white, it's just your test scores. But if you're from a community that is quote unquote disenfranchised, you get to skip. My child skipped a grade on their own merit, sir. Just the way my father, we have merit. You're not going to somebody that doesn't understand.
Guys. So I want to read some comments from the chat. So guys, if you don't want to come up to speak, you can leave a comment. So Madam Empress says, and the other half fought to keep them enslaved. That is a good point. But back
Right.
to the baseline technology. Baseline testosterone levels.
Mhm.
Let me pull this up. Okay, so the correlation between baseline testosterone and aggression in men was R equals 0.07. That testosterone explains only about 0.5% of the variation in aggression between people. Even reactive testosterone spikes after provocation were still weak. R 0.16, so 2.5% of variance explained. When it comes to free flow testosterone, which you
You're
mentioned
breaking up. You're
early,
breaking up, Davinsky.
you can't hear me? You can hear me?
Oh, you're breaking up. You
I
were
think
breaking
it's you
up for
because
most of
I
that.
hear him fine, but I heard you breaking up before, so maybe it's your connection.
Okay, let me go back to it. So when it comes to the free flow testosterone, again, that is meta analysis of hormone aggression, hormone differences, not aggression, finds that after adjusting for age, black men have modestly higher free testosterone of about 2.5 to 5% compared to white men, but no consistent difference in total testosterone levels. And so if you were to put this onto a bell curve, you would see, one second. If you put this on a bell curve for black men and white men that almost completely sit on top of each other, about 95% of people in both groups would fall within the same range of testosterone, whether that's free flow or any different kinds of testosterone. So again, this testosterone argument is not a strong one, Blend.
Well, I'll let the chat decide. I mean, we got 180 people in here. I can't go on my phone and look up everything, but I mean, I'm going off memory, common sense. If you don't know, I mean, I actually said that testosterone is a good thing, so that's a good thing. But if it's unsupervised and with a low IQ, it becomes a bad thing. So that's the point I was making, is that I actually think testosterone is a wonderful thing. I would be bragging if I was, I don't know what my testosterone is, but
How do you supervise testosterone though? Because testosterone can actually have benefits too. Like even if okay, let's say that
you
there
give
is
it a father,
aggression,
you give it a father.
there's a very weak correlation between aggression and testosterone. But let's just say that it causes aggression. That aggression can be channeled in the right environment
Yeah, you
to
put it
like
in sports.
lead you
Exactly. That's
into
my point.
studies or lead you
That's my
into like
point.
academia or lead you into a higher profession. So again, but there's not
That
really
was my
much.
point. That was my point. You athletics, a father, throw the ball at the kids. These youth outreach that rely on sports, military things that we have common ground because it doesn't seem to be a problem when we're all rooting for the same team. Um, in my opinion, so I think so again, I'm looking for solutions when I brought up, the
But again,
parents.
these differences in within humans is so minute that I don't think it's really an
Have you seen
explanation.
the
I
National
think a
Football League?
far
Have you
better
seen the NBA?
explanation
Or
for like
the,
certain communities, and this is why race is a bad proxy for criminality, is environment. Poverty. These kinds of things are far stronger correlates than race. Race is a bad proxy for this. But let's go to the new speaker. Go ahead. What's your name? You just joined. I can't see your username. OG. Go ahead, OG.
What's the topic?
The topic is, well, we were just talking about race and testosterone levels, criminality. But we can move on unless people feel like they want to continue this. If you guys have a suggestion and you're watching, just put it in the comment section and we can talk about that. Again, we got 200 people in here. So where did you find this space from, OG?
I just searched up like I know like people are scared of like, oh, they're gonna porn bomb, but like I'm not gonna do that. That's dumb.
Are you from YouTube or Twitter?
I don't have a Twitter. I have a YouTube.
Okay, so you found this space on YouTube.
Yeah, so like the topic is like criminality between races. I think like every race has a criminality built inside them. So like we
Right.
can't say that, oh, white people, black people, Mexicans, everyone's like a like the angel on your shoulder type shit. Like there's a good one and a bad one. So like
Yeah.
we can't really like base off races. Like myself, I'm a Mexican, so like Mexicans, like yeah, they're criminals and shit, but like everyone's a criminal, man. Like we can't just base someone off the color of their skin. Like right now, I'm drunker than shit. So like you can't just say like, oh, every Mexican is a borracho. There's black borrachos, there's white borrachos, there's white crackheads, white meth heads, black meth head. There's everything, dude. So like, there's not really like you can't really base off someone's like skin color. Like it's like really like you know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you, man. I'm just looking at everyone's backgrounds. We got Jelani has moved up to the Ritz.
I tell you, black people moving up, bro. Good looks, my
How do I
brother. I'm
do
proud
that? I
of you.
want to change my background. How'd you do that?
So you go to your camera. Do you see the arrow right there beside your camera?
Um.
You click.
Oh
Well, you know
yeah, I
what?
see it. I see it.
Okay, you click the arrow, and then once you click on the arrow, you click on the virtual background settings button.
I don't see that on mine. I got
Well, so I'm using the desktop website.
maybe it's only a desktop video. It looks good though. It looks real, honestly.
Yeah, it
I
does.
see Urban's got his little like fan.
But just look for your camera and see if there's options like settings just for your camera.
You okay, yeah. Um yeah, I mean look, I think that criminality, these kinds of things, they're not constant, and we will see like things are getting better. And I think that history hasn't got an end point as well. I think that we like to view history as like time has stopped, but we're always on a continuum. And when we die 100 years, things might be different. 200 years, things are obviously like, so there's no like end point to history. So to take like black crime stats in America right now and say this is just inherent, it's like, well, you can go to different places, different times, different geographies, and you'll see that these stats they're not constant. The Flynn effect is an example of that, where IQs are rising across the world, and according to a 2010 meta-analysis from the University of Amsterdam, sub-Saharan African IQ now is on par with what your white grandparents would have been in the 1950s. So are your white grandparents a different race, and their genes changed that much in a span of 70 years? Or is it that their environments of their grandchildren have got significantly better? And you see this across the board, even with Black Americans. Charles Murray, in his first book, The Bell Curve, said Black Americans' IQ were 85. And this is more of a controversial figure as well. In his latest books, Facing Reality, he puts it at 91. So, look,
Well, he
there's been
admitted
an increase.
he got rid of G-loaded tests on that, and he admitted he did that to be charitable. So let's not say things that
Well,
there's no there's
Charles
no.
Murray is a controversial academic, so I'm going to take his results with a
Well, you
grain
could
of
take his
salt, and
word.
I would say that they're probably higher than that. They didn't get rid of G-loaded tests; there was more of a selection there. But even if you take 2 points
Yeah.
away from that 91, there's still been an increase of 4 points.
So
So
testosterone, like we're talking about like testosterone
Yeah.
between
And
the
the same
races.
thing
So like
can be said
who do you think
for
has more testosterone?
Richard Lynch.
on average, Black
No,
Americans have about for total testosterone levels, Black Americans and white Americans are basically the same. But for free flowing testosterone, it's about a 2 to a 5% difference.
I mean, I think it depends on your genetics. Like
Yeah.
your
Well, again,
parents,
like
right?
there's a bell
Oh,
curve where
genetics and
95% of Black and white Americans will fall into that range. So,
Like
the
for
overlap is like
example, like your lineage. Like say if your mom and dad, say if your dad was like scrawny, like a toothpick, like, and your mom was like, I don't know. To be honest, it depends because like you can't really base it off of like races. Yeah, rate like Black Americans. Yeah, they got like better like a physique in a way, but it's kind of subjective in a way.
well, so, so listen, there are differences within the races, as I said earlier, but our differences are not because of the race. The race is different because of the differences, right? But our differences are due, including our race, to geography and the geography of where our ancestors were. If you were in Africa, you're going to have dark skin. So your geography caused you to be different. If you're from Europe, your geography caused you to be different. So there are verifiable differences, very small ones within the races. Let's say like lactose intolerance, with black people, anemia, certain skin diseases with white people, or lice. Black people don't get lice. So there are verifiable differences, but it's not because of our race. It's because of our genetic makeup due to the environment and the geography in which our ancestors were in
That's why.
that caused
That's
these
why.
things internally.
That's why race is a bad proxy and environment
Right.
and geography is a better proxy, because if you look at sickle cell, right, this is common in West Africans, but it's also common in Indians. It's also common in Southern Europeans and Mediterraneans. So the environment of having these mosquitoes with malaria had a selection pressure on that. And, so it's environmental. They don't fit into these neat racial proxies.
It wasn't a selection.
Right. And look at what the
pressure,
comments
actually.
said.
If you want to have a high level conversation, it wasn't a selection. It wasn't selection pressure. It's actually epigenetics and switching, and I've gone into that. So if it was just
It was a
basically
selection pressure based on the environment they lived in. If you lived
no,
in
no,
an
no. The
area where you
environment
kept
changes
dying from
evolution.
mosquitoes,
Sir. I know
Like,
what
see,
you read in
like,
your textbook. What I'm
like I know I
preferring.
look white. I look white as fuck.
because
I am
sickle
white.
cell is not common across all Africans, but it's common in certain
Yes,
West Africans, and it's
it
common
wasn't a
in
selection.
Southern.
It was not a selection bias, sir. It's partially selection, but it's actual mutations in response to
Yeah.
environmental triggers.
That is a
Like,
selection, though.
Huh?
like,
That is a
see, like,
selection.
Well, it wasn't selected based on Darwinism, what he says, where you have to wait for somebody to die and they can't reproduce. It's actually because the mother comes in contact and the genes switch, or the father comes in contact and the genes switch.
for
So
example, can I add
it's not
something
Darwinism.
in? So, like, if you see me, like, you're gonna think I'm white automatically, right?
Pretty much, yeah. I thought so when
Got
I
the
saw you.
sunglasses. Nah, he
I
got them
am
dark
white,
sunglasses. You
but
can take
my
them.
parents come from South America, like Canelo Alvarez. So, like, I'm not really like a white American. I was born here, but I don't have like I know Spanish fluently, so I don't really have the same genes as like a white person from the South or whatever. There's nothing wrong with them, but like, and the same shit, like I got Mexican, Ecuadorian genetics,
Yeah.
but I look white. So like it's like a big melting
Madam
pot. There's
Empress.
like there's black Ecuadorians, there's black Colombians, there's white Colombians, there's white
Can y'all hear
Mexicans.
me? Because
Like,
it's breaking up real bad for me.
Uh, I can hear everyone perfectly. I think that might be an issue on
Okay.
your end, Jelani.
Yeah, probably so. Probably so, yeah. But what I was going to say, though, is if you look in the comments, Madam Empress, she put a study up by HUD that she said, Ben Carson found that when you account for socioeconomic factors, the black and white crime rates almost equal out.
Yeah, I've
Like,
seen that.
yeah, like the differences are so
Look,
small.
you got to understand, someone like Blend, he has like a lot of. I don't look. There's just been so much like pseudo academic, like pseudo intellectualism that's been pushed over the past few decades by people like Richard Lynn, people like Charles Murray, people
Right.
from like Open Psych, which is a non peer reviewed paper. So they hear these talking points, they see this study, and they take it at face value. But if you dig deeper into this and you actually look at the actual gold standard studies, these discrepancies, and it's just like misnomers. Like he brings up aggression correlating with
Correct.
testosterone levels, but again, like that's debunked as a very weak correlation. And
And then blames us for cherry picking,
see,
then
I
blames
could
us.
drink milk. I drink a lot of milk. I'm not lactose intolerant. So like
Right.
some other person that is lactose, like they won't tolerate not even a sip.
But
So
that's the
like,
point that he was trying to say. Like it's environment and selection pressures that causes these differences, not race. Because look, in West Africa, lactose intolerance isn't very, very high. Sorry,
Exactly.
yeah, it's not very high. Like because they did have a
It's
farming
specific to
culture there.
Black Americans.
The same in Europe. But in certain parts of Africa, lactose intolerance is very low. But these are still black people. So it's like these people grew up in different environments that had different selection pressures that gave them these mutations. So
yeah, like see, I mix vodka and milk. Like any other person will be like, "What the fuck? Like, how can you tolerate that?" But like, it's different. Like, my digestive system is different than someone else that like they can't tolerate it, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean?
This guy needs to talk to Blinn. Maybe he can give Blinn some ethnic pride. Because Blinn just wants to be white so bad, even though he's Mexican. So you can talk to our buddy Blinn, man. I think he just left though.
Well, who?
But you could probably give him some ethnic
I mean,
pride.
I don't know. Are you talking to me or someone else?
Look, at the end of the day, humans are 99.9% the same. And of that 0.1% difference between humans, only 0.4% of that 0.1%.
I was talking. I was talking.
Say what?
It's like different blood types. We all bleed red, but we have different blood types.
Yeah,
you know
but
what
the
I mean?
differences between humans is so minute. Like, we're 99.9% identical across the board, and of that 0.1%, there's only 0.4% of that 0.1% that is attributed to continental groupings. What was
Like, for
traditionally
example,
called
I don't
race.
belong. Like, I live in Vegas. It sucks here, so I'm suffering. I'm pale skinned. I belong in a cold climate. You know what I mean? So like, if I go out in the sun, obviously I'm gonna fucking fry. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, like if I go out in the sun, of course I'm gonna fry. Like, I'm gonna turn all red like a lobster.
Right.
But I don't have melanin, so I belong in like a cold climate. I don't belong in the heat.
True. True.
I feel the same way, man. I've been living in tropical countries now for like 5 years, and I'm much more in my element when I'm somewhere cold. The heat is just, it kills me. It just
The heat
the
makes me
moment I get
go
outside, I
insane.
start sweating. Like, I hate it. I need to move to a cold country.
The heat like makes me like fucking angry, irritated. Like damn, I want to like go somewhere colder, bro. Like this is Vegas sucks. I can't stand it. Like always hot, bro.
Shit.
Yeah, so they say, so the Human Genome Project has shown that we are 99.9% the same. And
Right.
of that 0.1% difference, only about 3% of that was 0.1%, so 0.003% of the genome is from cross continental groupings, and 97% of the differences of that 0.1% are within population differences. So the differences
Right.
within Europeans or the differences within
Right.
Africans.
Exactly.
So we're
Exactly.
like when we're looking at a cross continental lens, we're between 0.003% or 0.003% to 0.010% different, and that's due to like continental different. Like, in terms of a species,
Yeah.
humans are amongst the least diverse in terms of like genetic variance. Like chimpanzees have
Exactly.
5 times
Exactly.
the genetic
And that's where
variance as
race.
us.
Right. Right. And that's where race lies there. Race lies within that 0.03%.
Yep. Yeah, no, I mean, this race stuff is like really low IQ when you break it down, and it's all anti-intellectualism at the end of the day. But look, we got
Right.
210 people in here. Surely there's someone that wants to come up, grab a mic, get on the panel. I'm gonna post in the comment section the link to join on StreamYards. If you're on Twitter and you're listening to this, go to my recent tweet. The link is there, and you can come up on the panel. I'll let it run for maybe another half an hour, but this has been a really successful debut. Jelani, do you want to tell people your Twitter? They can go follow you over there. Jelani? Is that Dr. Urban there? Yep.
Can I add something real quick? So like this is just my opinion. You don't have to believe it. But like I
Go ahead.
believe everybody has a different
Okay,
job.
yeah, I hear you now, Davinsky.
So like
Yeah,
like
go ahead.
everyone has a different job. You know how Mexicans they build, you know, white people fuck, I don't know what they do, but like they everyone has a different job. It's like an ant, like an ant pile.
Right.
Like everyone has a different purpose in life. So like there's nothing wrong about like races. You're racist here, racist there. So like, I don't know if that makes sense, but like that's just my opinion.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense. Everybody has their niche or their niche, which they're good at. Davinsky, I heard you call my name, but I didn't hear what you said. Were you trying to ask me a question?
So I was just saying, we got 200 people in here.
Yeah.
I appreciate you for joining. Do you want to shout out your Twitter? Spell it out for the people. They can go follow you. You're cooking
Oh yeah,
pretty good
sure,
today,
sure,
man.
sure. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, if you guys can go follow me over on Twitter.
Yeah, put it in the comment section so they can
I
read it
am.
and also just shout it out.
Yeah, so it's going to be at Jelani Bar, my name, Jelani Bar, Jelani.
Well,
Last
and
name
then we
Bar.
got Doctor.
B-A-R.
Just put it in the comment section too. It'll come up on the screen so people can see it.
Yeah, I
Dr.
did.
Urban, do you want to shout out your Twitter?
Yeah, my Twitter is urban_genius. It's gonna come up a beautiful, perfect mulatto picture of a man that looks just like me. It's gonna be a doctor because, of course, I'm a doctor. I went to the same school as Davinsky. We're
We got the
colleagues,
same beard.
same beard. We're twin brothers, actually. We're just alike, evil twins. So yeah, just add me. We're in a bunch of spaces, a lot of interesting conversations. Trust me, you'll love it. Nobody's better than us. We got the best spaces on Twitter. Everybody else shit is
Yeah.
corny and
Wait,
they
we're
pay
gonna
hundreds
take
of
over.
dollars. That's why
We're
it's
taking
200
it.
people there.
Can I
All
shout out
right.
my brother Rumble? Like I don't have a
Yeah, go ahead, OJ. OG. Shout out
Aldi
whatever
1K
you want.
on Rumble. That's my brother.
That's your brother?
Yeah, Aldi
Who is
1K
it?
on Rumble.
Okay, cool. What kind of content does he do?
Well, he like just trolls people. Honestly, a lot of like I don't like. It's kind of like fucked up, but like, is the real Aldi 1K on Rumble?
Nice. All right. Well, I wish we could get a few more people on the panel. Blend's good to have because he is a dissenting voice. Yeah, but I destroy it at every debate we ever have. So
Yeah, yeah.
sometimes he like
Yeah,
rage
he is.
quits.
I'm like, I gotta charge my phone. It's gonna die. So
He's
like, it's
funny
been
though
a
because he
pleasure.
loves hip hop. He's a
It's been a pleasure,
DJ, blah
brother.
blah blah. So he's like such a wigger.
Okay, bro. Good to
Yeah.
meet you, man.
But
Follow
but
us.
then he doesn't
All
like
right.
black
Peace out,
people.
OG. Come again. Subscribe to my YouTube so
All
you
right,
see
peace out,
the
bro.
live come.
That's crazy, bro. That's like the cool version of
Thanks for coming, man.
Castizo.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's super easy to join with StreamYards, right? You just put in a name and that's it.
Yeah, they ask for permission for your camera, then you put a name in, and that's all I had to do. I got my new
You
fidget, man. I'm getting my ADD on.
you got a view of the city, Urban?
Huh?
Do you have a view?
I can see the city. Yeah, I'm in the fourth floor of a shitty ass building.
Do you have like a balcony? Do you have like a rooftop?
So I'm in the fourth floor. I have access to the rooftop. I had that shit hooked up. I had like a umbrella, big ass umbrella with LED lights. I had chairs. I had a table. I had a fire pit. I was working on getting a jacuzzi, but I
That's
got
nice.
married.
How high is the rooftop? How many
It's
levels?
high because I'm on the hill, and then I'm the tallest thing around me, so I have nothing blocking my view. I can
So
see New
how tall is
York,
the building though? Like 10 levels or?
like 4 or 5 floors. Yeah, I'm in the fifth floor. So I'm right below the rooftop. But the Jews that own the building, one of the Jews don't like me. He went up there and broke my umbrella. I'm like, yo, why you broke my umbrella, bro? He like,
Hell
nah, I
no.
don't know who did that. And I'm like, yo, you fucking Jew motherfuckers, man.
Uh,
You guys always doing some shit, man. It's first the Palestinians, now you fucking with me. That's why I got a Palestinian
Well, it's
flag in front
October
of my
7th
door.
today, you know.
Huh?
Yeah, it sure is.
October
Isn't it?
7th. It's the 2-year anniversary of like the
Oh wow.
Hamas
Well,
attack on
good. It's a
Israel.
good 2-year anniversary since the Jews let their own shit get fucked up by a bunch of crazy Arabs.
There'll probably, there'll probably be a terrorist. I wonder if there was one today. There surely would have been.
I
There'll
doubt
never
it.
be. That's the most
It
protected
would have been
border in
all
the
over
whole
Twitter.
No,
entire universe.
when you
They
think
let
about
that
it though,
happen, bro.
like think about this. I thought about this, right? So Jews tend to go to like very specific places around the world. So in Thailand, they go to a place called Koh Samui. There's a lot of Jews there. So they tend to go to the same kind of cities or the same areas within countries which they visit. So and again, I disavow terrorism. This isn't like advice, but I'm saying that from a strategic point, if you were a terrorist, that's where you would go. You'd go to somewhere like Koh Samui, where there's less security and there's a lot of Jews there. So that would be the logical, because you're never going to get it done in Israel. You're right, and like obviously I disavow terrorism, but like I'd be worried if I was a Jew in a place where Jews are known to visit. I'll be back in a sec.
I can't hear you, Urban. Urban, we can't hear you. Urban, I can't hear you.
No, I was saying that Jews are good wherever
Can
they
you hear me,
go, man.
Urban?
Yeah, I heard you now. No, Jews are good wherever they go, man. They tend here to the States. They like living in the nice part of a bad town. They live in Brooklyn, but the nice part. They live in Patterson, but the nice part. They live in Newark, but they got the big house, the mansions.
Okay, yeah, I hear you now.
So the Jews, they starting their own shit, man. They always start their own problem, man. A lot of them. Most of them are just regular good people, though, man. I worked with a lot of them. They're just electricians, plumbers. They're just regular people. Nothing special. But yeah, the October 7th, that definitely was Netanyahu, man. He was losing power,
Yeah.
and he just needed like a fucking false flag. That's all it is. If you can't see that, I mean, I'm not even a conspiracy theory dude, but if you don't see that, then
Yeah, I mean,
you just
how do
want
you
to be
get
blind.
Mossad the most like?
He took a page. He took a page right out of 9/11.
Yeah, 9/11 is another one. Now, I don't know exactly what happened, but whatever they told me to happen, that definitely ain't what happened. I don't know what happened. It could be the insurance can, it could be, I don't know. But, that shit definitely doesn't make sense. It looks like a controlled demolition. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck. It looks like a controlled demolition. Call me a conspiracy theorist. I don't care. Conspiracy theorist is a word invented by the CIA anyway. I don't even care. Like, some people will tell you this and they're really passionate like this their whole life. I honestly don't care. But if you ask me, it looks like a controlled demolition. That's what it looks like. And it's October 7th. Come on, they left that shit open for 7 hours.
Yeah, common sense.
Come on, they shouldn't have left it open for
And
7
you
Common
hours.
know
sense
what I
tells
think?
you that that
Jelani, you're gonna say something? I was gonna say like if there was a false
was called.
flag, you cut out there, Jelani.
That's I was just coughing.
All right. Yeah, I was gonna say like when there is a so it was basically a concert at the border as well. So a lot of these people like there was some peaceful activism there from what I was told. It was kind of like a concert about peace. And so if you are part of the Zionist regime and these are the group of Jews that are like somewhat pro-Palestinian, then wouldn't it make sense to target them? Like, because you don't like them already. And like, how are you going to have like a bunch of Hamas people with Mossad and all of the money and intelligence they have? How don't they squash this operation of like heli gliders flying in, parasailers, paragliders? 5,000 Jews were killed, right? So like, there's no way that like because why hasn't something similar happened again? Like, it was clearly look, even if it was a natural event, like they did do it, which they did. I think that Israel allowed it to happen as the justification for what they've done. And look at what they've done. I thought they would have bombed them for maybe like a couple weeks. It's going on 2 years.
2 years. 2 years. And that's straight out of the American playbook.
I'm sorry, but there's people killing each other all the time over there. That's a crazy ass place to move to. Like imagine your son is like, yeah, I'm moving to, Middle East. You're like, yo, don't do that. You know what I mean? So for them to
Right.
move collectively as a people, that's a dumb mistake.
Yeah.
And
It's just
you
like
know,
Pearl
look,
Harbor.
you reap what you sow, man. Like, you know, I hate to say it, but there's so many people dying there that you're telling me that Hamas killed 60 people. Like, I kind of don't care. You know what I mean? Every life matters, but it's like, come on,
I think it
that's
was
a
more
drop in
like
the bucket.
5,000. There was
Yeah, it's like that was
how
like,
many?
what's so
Let me
crazy
look that
about
up
that?
actually.
Like, what is so crazy about 60 people? That's like light work. I'm American, bro. We shooting up schools. There's 100 people dying all the time. So okay, that's a big
Well,
deal,
yeah,
I
I mean,
guess.
we're desensitized to it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
we're desensitized to it.
there were about 1,100 Israelis killed on October 7th, 2023.
Well, supposedly they saw like helicopters. I mean, I don't know about that. I didn't dig into too deep. But all right, 1,000. Okay, I'll give them that. That's a bit. That's a nice chunk. Then I'll take back what I said. But regardless, a lot of deaths are being done over there, and they killed way more than 1,000 Palestinians. I mean, let it go. I don't know what they want to do. I wish there's such Jews about it. Like I wish they would just bomb the shit and get it done, or leave them alone. Like whatever you want to do, just do it. Like leave them alone, or get rid of them, or make them leave, or just get it done because this shit is just causing a lot of turmoil in the world. It's making people wake up to shit. It's
But see,
really like destroying the fabric of our
There's about
like civilization.
65K Palestinians
well,
were killed since that
listen,
occurred.
these people have been fighting since their inception. So there is no just get it done for them because this is something that's going to be ongoing for them. They are looking into expansion. They are trying to expand. So
It's
if they can't,
basically Jewish
so
jihad, and
like
we support it.
I don't believe there is. Yeah, yeah, basically, basically,
It's just
it's
Jewish jihad. I
colonization.
mean, you're
It's
telling me
modern
God
day
wrote in a book that
colonization.
you own this land, you got to kill everybody. You don't want to put your religion there. This, and, I mean, that's jihad. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is Jewish jihad, and it's cool if you want to go for it. You want to go against Islamic jihad. I don't think you guys stand a chance. We're the kings of that shit. But they got us somehow tagged along on that. I don't know why. We're funding them. I don't know why. We could have built 20 fucking walls around America with the money we sent Israel. So, you know, they're lobbying here. I mean, all this shit, people, it's been going on for years. People have been giving a blind eye, but they're fucking shit up for themselves. They should stop killing Palestinians because they're making it way too hot for themselves. People are waking up from the matrix, and it's just gonna be, bro. This good. I fear, and I don't want this to happen. There's gonna be like a third fucking, like a Holocaust or some shit. Like people about to go nuclear war on the Jews, bro. What did Kanye said? I'm going DEFCON 5, motherfucker. Like in the future, it's gonna be like 10 Jews, bro. Like, they're gonna be studied like an endangered species because of the shit they're doing right now. You know, the backlash that's winding up that energy when it slams back is over for them. They might be the last people genocided in this before we progress as humans. I don't want that to happen. I wish it to
Yeah.
stop. I wish to take Netanyahu out. Maybe it's just Netanyahu. I don't know. Maybe most of the people in Israel seem reasonable. I don't know.
No, I mean they're definitely genocidal, most definitely. It's the like I said, it's a modern day colonization. I imagine this is what colonization looked like, back then. And with October 7th, like I said, they've taken a page straight out of the American playbook to boost patriotism and to boost national support. Like with Pearl Harbor, they knew about Pearl Harbor. They knew exactly that there was a threat to Pearl Harbor. They did nothing to stop it because the powers that be at that time wanted to join the war because war is profitable. That's what
The
that is what.
Rothschilds wanted to get the Americans in the war in exchange for
Yeah,
Palestine. It's crazy how it all ties back up
yeah.
with the
War is
Balfour
profitable.
Declaration.
So they knew about Pearl Harbor. They ignored all the warning signs and they allowed that attack to happen. Same way with 9/11. They knew about 9/11, or they knew about the jihadis. They knew about these people, and they still allowed them to do everything they did, actually under surveillance. So it's the classic tactic to bring the nation together. We need a mass event that can bring people back to patriotism, and there's no better way to do that than to kill a bunch of your countrymen. If you think about the movie V, V for Vendetta. Classic V for Vendetta setup. The government manufactures these crimes and these tragedies for national support and for people to trade their liberty for security. And here you go.
It's like that movie 1984. It really is
Oh yeah,
like
most
that. Like how it's
definitely.
getting out. Like it's illegal to even think certain ways. Like to even question shit. With the Anti-Defamation League and all this stuff. I mean, it's crazy, man. I mean, look. It's a winning strategy. I think it was one of those strategies that's not for the long run. I think it was good when they started it, but I think they need to switch
Right.
strategies, or they need to just accept the two-state solution, because you're not gonna kill all the Palestinians, and if you do that, you're gonna make enemies with everybody. It's like you're gonna lose, 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 no matter what you do. So you're gonna have to accept the two-state solution. I don't know what's so wrong with that. I mean, there's been a bunch of people living amongst each other. There's people now living amongst each other in this
Well, I mean,
country,
I
other
tell
countries.
you exactly what's wrong with it. They want to expand Israel. That's why they don't want a two-state solution, because they want to expand Israel. That's why they don't want it, and they'll never accept it. He said,
But my thing is just say that. Fuck it.
well, he
Just say
did.
it. Maybe
Well,
we make it
he
happen.
did. He literally said it when he came to America this last time. He said there is no two-state solution, and we are looking to fucking annex Gaza. Like that's exactly what they're planning to do, is to expand. They want expansion. It's not about protecting the Holy Land or Israel existing, because they could exist with a two-state solution. But Netanyahu, old Benny, he wants to expand. He wants to make Israel baby America. Yes.
I've been Muslim for 15 years, and I actually was converted by a Palestinian. He's the one that put me on to Islam. And I grew up in the
Right.
Palestinian community. I've been aware of all this Jewish shit. I've been woke. The J pill, all this shit, that shit don't even account for me. I've been knew about this since I was 20s and before that.
Right.
And to be honest with you, the Palestinians is wrong in a way too, because in Qur'an religion, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he had problems in Mecca, which is our holy land, we need to do rituals there, right? He left. He didn't put up a fight. He was humble. He just left, and then that's when God gave him everything. He got a better community, bigger community. He got power. He defeated his enemies, and then he came back. I don't know why the Palestinians don't just do that. Just get the fuck out of there. I mean, I don't know what's the point of having people just sitting there getting slaughtered to prove a point to who? To me? I don't want you to die for me. I don't want you to die for God. I want you to live for the sake of God. Practice your religion. It's easy to die. A lot of people always give credit to people who died. I don't know, from my point of view, I feel like that's easy, especially how life could be so hard. That's how you see a lot of people in the streets just want to die, want to kill other people. They want to be killed too. It's easy to go to jail. You just hiding in jail every day. It's the same shit. It's like school. You're a little kid. It's hard to really be out here practicing your religion, living your life, getting tempted, getting married, making it work, keeping a job. That shit is fucking hard. Dying, that shit is easy. Going to jail, that shit is easy. To me. Because I see
Yeah.
so
I mean,
many people
yeah,
die
most
for
definitely.
no reason. They go to jail for no reason. But I ain't never had an example like myself. I try to set for my kids. I'm working every day. And right now I've been unemployed. I've been trying to grow every day, getting certification. I'm going back to school, trying to finish my degree. And I'm going to finish what I didn't finish years ago. Because it's hard. I could just blame it, start drinking. That's easy too. Get high, that's easy. That's easy shit. It's
Yeah.
hard to really face your fear and go for your goals and shit. So, I really wish these people would just live, because you could worship Allah anywhere in this world. You don't need to do it in Palestine. There's nothing
Well,
special about it.
like I mean, so that's their homeland, and you kind of got to understand people who do not want to leave, like their ancestral land, and these people in Israel, they've only been there for what, going on 70 years now, almost 80 years. Let me see, what this is 20, so yeah, almost 80 years. Like, it was wrong for them to come there in the first place, right? Like, they should have went somewhere else. But for them to have been invaded, it's people still alive who probably remember that invasion. It's people who are still alive in Palestine, older people, who remember what it was like before 1948. They was going on there, right up to the stage. So you have to remember that you have those people who are still here, who still remembers what it was like before those Europeans came to their country. So for them,
I know, but I'm
they
just
may
saying
get to a
45
point.
religions.
I mean, I'm no, listen, to your point, they may reach a point at some time in history to where they do say, you know what, fuck it, let's just let them have it. But I don't believe 80 years is long enough for them to get tired of fighting for something that they still can remember what it was like before the change.
It's true. Welcome to the space, the new speaker.
Thank you.
What's your username? I can't really see.
Søren
Uh,
Kierkegaard. I'm from
sorry.
Denmark.
Okay. Did you come from Twitter or did you come from YouTube?
I go on YouTube, search StreamYards. I'm randomly here. Just saw your panel. You had the link.
What are you, German? Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Yeah, ich spreche Deutsch, ja, Papa. But I come from Denmark. Denmark.
Oh, Denmark. Okay.
Yeah.
So how do you feel?
That's it.
Waar kommst du?
I can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Ah, alles gut.
Das ist meine Hamburger. That's all I know in German. I did 2 years of German, but we don't take it
Mein
seriously.
Kampf.
My struggle.
Ubermensch.
What brings you to the space? Did you want to touch on any topic?
Nah, bro, I just go on YouTube, see StreamYards, see who's have a link for the panel. I like to just hop around, have fun.
Are you ethnically Dutch or do you have a different background?
I'm not Dutch, I'm Danish.
Danish, okay.
Yeah.
How do you feel about let's touch on the Islam question in Europe. Do you think that the Netherlands has too many Muslims, or do you think that how do you
I've been
feel
to
about that?
Netherlands one time. I don't think there can be too many. I'm a Christian, but there can't be too many Muslims. What do you mean in one country like that? It's like
I mean, for the native population, do you think that these European countries should retain a demographic majority?
No.
For the natives.
It's not what it's about.
You don't think that's an issue at all?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm born in the ghetto. I'm grown up in the ghetto. I knew like 80 different nationalities before I was like 12. All my friends. I was the only white boy in the ghetto, but like.
Are you from? Is Denmark? Is that Copenhagen?
No.
Where's Copenhagen? That's what, like Sweden?
That's in Denmark. That's the capital.
Okay.
I know like being from there, but like yeah.
So they've got another. They've got a place where Lucas Graham's from Denmark, isn't he?
Yeah, he's from Christiania, the free town.
Is that where you're from?
No.
Okay, because that's the only ghetto I know about.
It's so gay, man. It's very gay.
He's gay?
No, this is a gay city, Copenhagen.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
and so what are most of your immigrants there? Are they Moroccan?
No. Arabic, but most, I couldn't really say most of them, but like. Syria, you know Syria?
Syria,
Pakistan,
yeah.
all is like, I can take like. Habibi.
Yeah.
Hala.
So do you think that there's a rise of the far right in
Oh no, he's Christian. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do you think there's a rise of far right in Western Europe when it comes to these nationalist groups?
No, there's always been, and there's hate, but like, don't put that on your mind. If you love yourself and your God, He's gonna praise you. Don't put fear on yourself or your God. That's what I think is different. They say Islam, Muslim people, they hate their God, and it's not really true, but like, never fear anything. But of course, the only thing you should fear is your God. But like,
what did you say? Muslim people. What did you say about Muslim people? They hate the Christian God. Is that?
No, we used to say they fear their God, and maybe we love our God, but like, I don't think it's true.
Would you say that's
love
true,
and
Urban?
fear, it can be like.
I mean,
used.
yeah, it is promoted that you fear Allah, but not in that sense. It's almost like that kind of fear and love you have for your father, like
Yeah.
that in a way. Not
Yeah,
like
yeah,
petrified that he's gonna hurt you,
yeah.
but
It's not an actual literal fear.
it's
Even
not
in
literal
Christianity,
fear. No, it's not like that.
yeah,
It's taqwa. It's called taqwa. I don't know if it's translated into English, but
yeah.
it's you have to
Even in
have taqwa of
Christianity,
Allah.
though,
But all
they say,
Muslims eventually go to heaven, right? That's a pretty weird because usually like in
I don't know if
Christianity,
that's true. I think some Muslims believe that. I don't know if that's true. It's not in. I don't know if that's in the Quran.
I guess all Christians go to heaven too, right? As long as you accept Jesus and he forgives you for your sins, then it doesn't matter how bad you are as a Christian, you go to heaven.
Well, to
Nah,
not
be
bro.
honest,
Nah, 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 nah.
opinion outside of
You
dogma,
don't think so?
I don't
I
think
think
so. I think it's a weird thread. So for me, it hangs together, life and death. It always happened. And of course, yeah, you can be a sinner. We all sinners. We all son of God. But like, now I don't believe you can just say fuck it and yeah, we're all gonna go to heaven. No, Christian don't believe that either. But like, I think it's up to you what you believe in life and how you live your life.
But what was the point of Jesus dying for our sins if it's dependent on the sin you did? Like as long as you
Ask
accept
yourself.
Jesus.
Ask yourself.
well, I can speak for certain Christian religions. I know, especially like here in
If
America,
you
we have what's called like the Pentecostal religion, and so the Pentecostal religion believes that you have to repent every day because you sin every day. There's no repenting one time and you're done. You have to be in a constant state of repentance because you're in a constant state of sin.
So you
So
got to basically pray for your sins, like forgive your sins every day, right?
every day you have to ask for forgiveness for your sins before you go to sleep. Because if you don't and die in your sleep, they feel like you'll go to hell because
yeah,
Oh,
you
we
really?
did not
That's
believe
what they
that
actually.
too.
believe?
that's
Islam
so will,
Oh
promotes
man.
yeah,
it's called tawbah.
That's so
We
will.
believe that same concept as well.
That's so
But look,
will.
I
What
think I'm
what
gonna be
he's
honest
saying
with
is
you. This is my
describing
outlook.
just what I'm praying
Thi-
for every night. And
uh,
yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I'm afraid of.
my outlook on it
Dying
is
in my sleep.
look,
Yeah.
if you yourself, with your limited capacity, your limited knowledge of why a person did something, with your compassion and your mercy, you forgive a lot of people. I'm able to forgive people who did things. Maybe they were under the influence of drugs. Maybe they didn't know better. Maybe somebody did it to them, and my limited capacity, I can be merciful. Allah is way more merciful. He's the most merciful. He's Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim. Right? So in the day of judgment, I think that, and it's said in the Quran that we're not even going to argue. We're just going to be like, yeah, that's fair. Like we're going to understand why we got judged that way, why we're going to go to heaven or go to hell. It's going to be the most just thing that's ever happened to you in your existence. So it's not going to be something like, oh, nah, but remember this one time. It's not going to be like that. You're going to understand that what you did was wrong or what you did was right or why you got blessed. Or, it's going to be way more people in heaven than a lot of believers believe. I think it's going to be most of us because God made us good.
That's
God
what
is
I
good. We're
believe
mostly
too.
good,
I
all of
believe
us.
that's kind of what I believe too. As long as you, yeah. I mean, look, the way that I interpret Christianity is that Jesus died for our sins, and therefore it doesn't really matter what your sin was. It's all wiped clean if you accept Jesus. So, like, you could take the example of that. Who was the serial killer that went around eating gay people? What was his
Well, what
name?
are you talking about? You cannot put the you talking about Jesus now. You're talking about gay people. Like what are you talking about? And what is that to do with
What's his
religion?
name?
No. Because now you're talking a little bit like we are crazy Christians, but you don't want to put your mouth and your doubts on Islam. Like that's crazy. So
No,
what are
you're
your thoughts about
misinterpreting
Islam?
what.
What do you
No,
know
I think
about
you're
anything?
misunderstanding what he's saying. No, I don't think he's saying that. He's
There
saying
was
that,
that.
that
You
There was
know,
a
but
serial
it's like
killer. Okay, there was a serial killer. What was his name, Urban?
a
The
serial
American
killer.
serial
Whoa.
killer. They made a
I forgot his
Netflix.
name, but I think it was some. I know you mean the white guy who was
Yeah. So
killing people in
I
anyway, there was
forgot.
this
Queens.
Yeah.
guy that went around eating and killing gay people, and so he went to
Bro, I know
prison.
serial killer. I know real life serial killer. What should you do it for? Like
My point
what?
is that he turned to
Nothing to do
Christianity
with this.
when he was in
Good.
prison, and then he was killed. So from a Christian perspective, he would be in heaven.
For what do you know? Like what?
No, not necessarily.
Doesn't make
I mean,
any
that's what he's
sense.
asking though. That's what he's trying to
Well, from
ask
a
him. He's
Christian perspective, maybe, but I think in
yeah,
Islamically,
that's
it
what he's asking.
depends. It depends.
That's what he's asking you. What's his name? That's what he's asking you, mate. The guy from Denmark. What's your name again?
You just call me Denmark. Yeah.
Denmark. Okay, Denmark. Yeah, that's what he's asking you, Denmark. He's saying that in Christianity, or at least your version of Christianity, can that murderer or that guy, just because he asked for forgiveness, if he dies after asking for forgiveness, can he now go to heaven?
You can always, but it's not heaven, bro. You. I don't know what you fantasy world you're living in, like, but like,
Right.
it's a wet thread. It's already there. Like we already dead. We're already alive. Like it's a wet thread.
Okay, so you're saying that there is no heaven
Hangs
after
together.
death?
All of it. It all hangs together. When you sleep, maybe you see it mostly, or you smoke some DMT
Okay.
or
Okay, that's
whatever.
it.
But like this is just a part
So
of
this
it.
is it.
What
This is it
what's your
here. Once we die, then it's nothing after that.
It's never gonna end, bro. It's never gonna end. No matter what color you are, whatever you believe, we all in the same place. And we can say we have a different God. I believe in Allah or Jesus or whatever. Doesn't matter.
Right. What
are
happens after
you hang
death?
on, so you're not a Christian then?
I am.
How are you a
How
Christian
are
if
you
we
to say
all
I'm
end in
not a
the same
Christian, bro?
place?
Why you judging me like that?
Because you literally just said that if you believe in Allah, you all end in the same place. That's antithetical to Christianity.
Of course, you're gonna end the same place. And
In
it's not
heaven?
about Jesus. It's not about Muhammad. It's about you, my brother.
Look, that's a very non-traditional view of Christianity, though.
Doesn't
It,
matter. I'm honest. Right now, it's from my heart. I don't believe we are different like that. I think we should all care and love for each other, take care of each other, no matter what
I
you
mean, you
believe.
can
And I
do
think
that,
it's a
but
red thread from life and death. It already happened. It's already uh, gone. Yeah, all of it. But I really believe there's some energy left from all this. I really hope love is gonna victory, not hate.
look, most Christians, you
That's
would
all.
ask if Muslims go to heaven, they would say no.
So I don't think he believes in
What do you
the
mean? Of
afterlife.
course, but what is heaven, bro? We're not gonna go to heaven with the angels and that shit. But of course, there's more to this than we maybe believe. I don't know, but like, I really think so, yeah. But that's not about me being Christian.
So Denmark, where do you get your beliefs? Like this belief that you're holding right now and expressing, is it rooted from?
Doesn't matter.
Are you? What's your denomination of Christianity?
We all have philosophies. My name is the biggest philosopher, Søren Kierkegaard, a Danish philosopher 200 years ago.
Yeah.
And like, listen, it's all retarded. It's all stupid. But your own mindset and your own belief is very important. Of course it is, but we are all just stupid. You cannot learn from me like that way. I cannot tell you you're gonna go to heaven and you shouldn't believe me, you know what I mean? But it matters. It
Right.
all
But we'll
matters.
just talk about the orthodox position, not like your specific position. He was speaking about the orthodox position in Christianity, where if you
I
accept
see.
Christ as your
I
savior,
see.
you get
I'm a young
repented
man.
and forgiven for all your sins. So that's
I'm
all
very
he's
new
saying.
to it all. But yeah, I'm a Christian. I'm an Orthodox. No, actually, I'm a Protestant, sorry. I'm fucking, yeah, I'm drunk. I'm a Protestant. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter,
So
man.
you have your own interpretation, but you understand your interpretation of Christianity isn't mainstream, right?
No, bro, you just, what are you?
I'm Christian.
And you think I
He's the
care?
worst Christian ever.
You think I care? No, he's not. He's maybe a really good man. But what is a Christian? That's a man who wanna go for Christ and believe in Christ. And that's a big thing
But
too, of
that's what
course.
being a Christian
Being a
is, right? And
witness.
it, hang on, Denmark. Being a Christian is believing in Christ, that He died for our sins and is the Son and the Son of God. And if you don't accept Jesus, then how can you go to heaven under a Christian perspective?
You don't have to go to heaven. Nobody goes to heaven. What is
That's what
heaven?
I just told you earlier.
We all
We
are
don't
gonna
believe
go to the
in
same
the
place.
afterlife.
The earth is gonna kill everybody. We all gonna die. Nobody's gonna stay here on this earth. Okay? I know that.
So you don't believe in an afterlife?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm saying it's already happening right now.
So
Before and
this is the
after.
afterlife.
It's a wet trip. No, this is maybe just like whatever. A little trip
Okay.
to the
So
Well,
earth.
your
I don't
beliefs,
give a fuck, bro. Like, but
interesting.
I don't
Look,
think it's between. But we all know, yeah, they say a Big Bang come from nothing and all that shit. But like, listen, we can see we were here before the dark, and now we are after the light. You see, after and before life, it is what it is, man. Just enjoy it.
all right, that I could see that. To me, I think that'll lead to more heathenism
I think it's
than
better than
anything.
just sitting discussing about Islam and Christianity. I think we're all the
Right.
same, and we should just really think about ourselves and love and all that. Like,
I
yeah,
mean, I could concede to that a little bit. You got to worry about your own salvation. I mean, if you think your
yeah,
salvation lies within your interpretation and your outlook, then that's great. But I
we're gonna
think what
learn.
Davinsky was saying in particular is, and this is a similar concept in Islam. I don't know if you knew that, Davinsky, that if you turn Muslim, you get forgiven for all your sins. Now, the question is, would that also apply to people who are rapists and this and that? The truth is this: just because you get forgiven for your sins, right, or you get forgiven for most of your sins, we do not know who's going to heaven or hell. The Prophet Muhammad, it came out of his mouth as revelation that he doesn't know if he is going to heaven or his mother or his father. He only knows what God reveals to him. So nobody knows. We're going to find out the day of judgment. Nobody is in heaven or hell now. If you read the books, Bible, Quran, it tells you nobody is in hell or heaven right now. There's nobody there until the day of judgment. So this is not anything that we know. These are unseen and it's not going to get revealed to you, obviously, because uh, according to the Abrahamic outlook, life is a test from God for you to see if you're eligible for eternal life. So this is a common denominator within all these Abrahamic religions.
It's
So
beautiful.
you're
Yeah,
not
it's
going to
real
know for
good
sure
talk.
if you're going to heaven, hell, or this. Nobody's even there yet. So that's my outlook. And whether you was a rapist or not, I think don't lose hope. I mean, yeah, all you can say is the same answer. I don't know. Nobody knows. I mean, keep doing good. It'll
Be
work in your
grateful.
favor.
Be good.
I'll tell
Yeah,
you that.
absolutely. Be absolutely.
Just because you was a sinner doesn't mean there's no hope. I think you should still keep hope. God wants us to keep hope. And if he wants to forgive you on the day of judgment, he could do whatever he wants. It's
He'll
not
give you a
beneath
chance,
him to
but
do it. Yeah.
he's not gonna give you a chance every day, and then sometime it's gonna stop. But after
I
that,
don't
yeah, we're
know.
gonna
To
see.
be honest, this is why the Islamic concept of fearing Allah exists. I don't know. I'm trying to please him. I'm trying my best. I don't know. I have a little bit of fear. Maybe I'm not doing such a good job. So that helps me. It's a healthy fear for me to try to,
Really good, really good.
satisfy God and do the right thing. I think that's what we all should
I
strive
done
for.
Salah where I get at the ground. You know Salah. You
If
do pray.
someone
Yeah.
believes
I
Jesus Christ is
first
the
time I did that, I fell on the ground, and I felt the God, and I felt myself. That was really good. Many Christians should do that. I'm
Yeah,
just
that's
gonna
the
say that.
best right there.
Go to the ground, man, and oh my God, that's
Yeah.
really good.
When
Jesus
Really
you
good.
is
gonna do
Lord.
that, Davinsky?
So here's some Bible verses, right? So if someone truly accepts Jesus Christ, meaning they sincerely believe he is Lord and trust him for forgiveness, then they will be saved and go to heaven. So this is John 3:16. Whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Romans 10:9. If you confess with your mouth Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved.
Amen.
However, this theology stresses that acceptance must be genuine, not just one time statement. It involves repentance, turning away from sin, and an ongoing faith relationship. People who say they accept Christ but never live differently are sometimes described as false converts. Salvation is by grace alone, but a changed life is the evidence of grace. Catholic and Orthodox view, they also teach that faith is in Christ is a set. Accepting Christ must be joined with baptism, the sacraments, and preservation and good works. since faith must be alive through love. A baptized Christian who accepts Christ but later turns away for serious sin would need repentance and reconciliation and grace. Um, so it seems like, in some sense, all Christians go to heaven so long as you try to avoid sin and accept Christ. So Christ is Lord.
But yeah, I don't know, man. That's terrible.
What is
Yo,
that,
look
a
at this thing
fan?
I got, bro. I love this thing, man. I'm the captain of my own ship. I love this thing, man. I've been buying stupid stuff on Amazon.
What's the base of it?
It's this little like brass thing.
Yeah, it's cool.
I got this shit too.
What's that?
Is this a crystal ball? I just wanted one. I just bought it. I was like,
Chimo fidget spinners.
yeah, it's cool though.
Cheap
I'm about to get
shit,
the Dragon Balls, bro. I'm about to just really like fulfill my fucking childhood fantasy. I bought.
So, Denmark, what do you do for work without doxing yourself? What's your profession?
Oh, wow.
I work with medicine.
Medicine?
Yeah.
Like a nurse or a doctor, or?
No, I make it.
Oh, you make medicine, okay.
Yeah.
I think I know what you... What,
Oh,
like
wow.
herbs?
That's what's up.
Herbs? What do you mean?
No. Big factory.
You have a factory? You make medicine?
The biggest company in Denmark. We do Ozempic, the one you make yourself very skinny.
You make,
Oh, wow.
you make Ozempic, or you have a knockoff?
I can show you shirt if you want. This is only what you can
Oh,
get in
wow.
the world. Novo Nordic.
Hang on, let me enlarge your screen so people can see if they're watching.
Oh, yeah, that's it. That's it.
What
That's the
is that?
company. I got
Oh,
stock in
really?
them. That's
You
Novo
own-
You
Nordic.
can
So,
only
hang on.
get this from work. You can see them have a chip.
Do you work
Yeah,
in the
they're the
factory?
partner company for living.
It's like
Yep.
I work for this company. It's the biggest. It's worth like 3 billion.
wow.
It's the biggest in Denmark. Yeah, it's like.
I have
It's
stock in
worth.
that company.
What's your kind
Oh,
of role there? What do you do?
It doesn't matter.
You like on the factory kind of processing part of it, or admin?
No. I am autist. I know numbers.
Okay.
oh yeah. That's a good company. That company is Eli Lilly's partner. And
Yeah.
I trade stocks on both of those. I trade options on both of those companies, Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly.
Mm.
Yep, that's a
Ozempic
legit
must be
company.
booming right now.
It is.
Everyone's
How's negative effects they say though, right? You think it's bullshit?
probably not as
Well,
negative as
of
being
course it is.
obese, though.
No, that's a good point.
You get blind if you
You
do
win
it.
that battle.
You get blind.
You
Don't
know,
do it.
in America,
What?
the
Yes, if
fantasy,
you do this Ozempic, you can get very
we have
blind. It's so
medical
many
advertising.
bad. I don't do Ozempic,
So
but I know how to do
yeah,
codes.
so
I'm a
in
software developer, okay, for this company.
Oh shit.
So I do like
yeah,
scripts for like billions of dollars sometimes on a little PC at home. It's crazy. Yeah.
God
So,
damn it,
guys, we
man.
got
yeah. So like I said, in
270
America, we
people.
have medical advertisements.
Call the ambulance.
Yeah,
We had 270
I was just
people
gonna say,
on
yeah,
X apparently watching. So if you want to join, the link to join on StreamYards is in my latest tweets. If you want to join and you're watching on YouTube, I'll put the StreamYard link in the comment section. Like and retweet the space. Let's get a few more people in here. It's been a good space though. This is the first time we've done this across platforms. So yeah.
It's doing good, bro. Told you, man. YouTube is where it's at too, man. YouTube's got a real good, like, faithful, like, following. Like, if you got a good follow on YouTube, that's it. X is more flaky.
Yeah.
It's just like,
And there's
yeah,
nothing to X, like what's the point of just like doing the spaces on X when like it won't lead to anything?
at least they got no commercial, no ad. It's done. You pay into it. It's
Yeah.
like influencers influencing other influencers. It's a social media.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
This is where you go there and practice, and you come over here and you do it. This is
I
where
need to
it's
get a
at.
background like Jelani.
This guy's
used
in high
listen, I used to
rocket.
stream myself. I figured out like It's about knowing what you like to do
Right,
and share
right.
that. And people will actually maybe learn
Hey,
from that. They will be interested
I also have.
and learn. But if you just sit around talk like this,
Hey, Davinsky, I'll be right back. Hold on. I'll be right back.
you're all lonely. You're lonely people.
Say
Build a
what?
boat. You have to build a ship. Build a ship and show that if you know how to build this ship, and people will say, "Wow, this is very good to see." But why now you're just building no ship? It's not good.
Oh, we're building a ship.
You should build a ship, man. Show your passion, and people will feel it. Your passion, and but this is
We've been running this for about 3 hours. You
I
know.
see, I see. But 3 hours is nothing. Like, listen, nothing. But it can be a big thing. But yeah,
You have to do it 10 hours, Davinsky, every day.
yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, and you can get nowhere still, nowhere. But like, if you really are passionate about it, just do 1 hour. People will love it, and they are gonna learn a lot from you. But it is what it is. Just maybe you're just having fun, but you're wasting
Yeah,
your time, and everybody else. I don't know.
we're wasting your time.
Not mine, but like I'm wasting my time. I'm in here, like a part of this shit show. It is
So
what it is.
what should we be doing that's more productive?
Build a boat
Where's the boat going?
wherever you wanna go. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, this is like a vessel that we're trying to.
Find your wind.
I'm
Find
trying to
your
move
network.
into like in real life content. So this is
Yeah,
just like,
I'm the biggest in real life streamer in Denmark. Go on IP2, you can see me. I'm Denmark Andy.
do
Bro,
you know who Johnny Somali is?
yeah, bro, he's on my network too. He's on IP2 also. Yeah.
You know, I used to be his manager.
Yeah. I didn't know that, but nah, okay. Then you
Yeah.
know IP2. You should know me, bro. I don't know.
What's your name?
Denmark Andy.
Then oh, you're part of Ice Poseidon's crew.
That's like Johnny Somali too. Yeah, he's on
But
IP2
Johnny
also.
Somali's not part of the whole
Yes, what do you
Andy.
mean?
No,
He's
he's been
been
kicked out of it.
yes, but you cannot be kicked out of bro, what do you mean?
What do
We
you mean? Like
IP2.
Ice Poseidon like disavowed him. Like Ice Poseidon was.
Well, listen, he met Ice in Japan and shit, but you cannot be kicked out, bro. It's like you're on it and you can never get out. It's like a cult. Very hard to get on, and when you get on it, yeah,
Yeah, but like Johnny tried to meet up with Ice and those guys when he was in Korea, and
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, yeah.
he went to apologize, and Ice just like wouldn't accept his apology.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Fuck Ice. Ice. He blocked me every time I write to him, like a few years ago. But it doesn't matter. Bjorn, my best friend here in Denmark, he just talked to Ice on stream 2 days ago. You can search YouTube, Ice Poseidon talking to Bjorn TV. Doesn't matter, but like, yeah.
So, how many live streamers do you usually get when you go live?
Me, 1,000
Yeah,
people on
a
YouTube.
thousand. You're on Kick?
No, YouTube.
Okay, so you do all
1,000
your
people.
streaming on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm on IP2, so when I go live, everybody can see I'm live
Oh, that's cool.
on the website and shit. But it doesn't matter. Nah, it's shit now. It's dead. It's dead. I got a real job. I haven't been streaming for 2 years. Fuck that shit.
Oh, really? So, when you were at your peak of streaming, how much money were you making?
Nothing. I gave
Nothing, or
everything away. I gave everything away.
when you were getting the text to speech donations, were you making
Eh,
like what, a few $100s a day or
yeah,
less?
when I did sleep streaming, it was the best on D Live. I could lay there and sleep. I could make like $1,000 one night for
Why did you
on
stop?
D Live in crypto.
Why why'd you stop?
I got a real job. Real job. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna start doing live streaming. I'm gonna go to America. Right now I'm in the Dominican Republic.
Get a real job, man.
I don't need a job. I'm an investor. I make money trading
Trading what?
stocks.
What kind of stocks? American.
I'm a value investor, so I look for kind of brand name stocks at a discount, buy and hold. I don't trade options. I just look for a steep discount after earnings, and then I invest and flip. kind of swing trade a little bit.
$100 every month, you can make you really rich, very rich today, no matter what. But yeah, stocks is much better than crypto, I'll say.
Crypto is
So good job.
terrible. I hate crypto.
Yeah, fuck
That's
that
just a
shit. It's
scam.
all
That's
shit.
just hot
Yeah,
potatoes.
all of it. Yeah. Totally.
So did Mr. Barr just join? Was that Umar?
Listen, if anybody wanted to buy one of these widgets, there's a link on my bio. A small bit of it gets contributed to my fund, my child support fund. I pay $500 a week for 2 kids that don't even look like me. So please, anything helps. If you're interested in any of these widgets, let me know. They're out here, glass
Peanut
ball,
head,
everything.
peanut
Just
head,
get it. Look, this thing's
peanut
been spinning
head,
for 10
peanut
minutes.
head,
Look, let's just start
peanut
spinning. Look,
head,
you can't
peanut
see
head.
it.
Rod, I didn't even try to kick you before. You just kept interrupting me. I tried to mute you and it kicked you. So
Oh, Urban, why do you have like a moon head?
that guy was too intense. I didn't
That
like
what?
his energy.
I said, Urban, he has a Dominican ass fucking face. Like he looks like a Dominican as shit.
I'm a good-looking individual. I look way more attractive than you. I bet you. I don't even
But you
like
have
to
like
even front about it, but
you have like a moon head.
I look extremely good, bro. I don't know, but I'm happy. I got great teeth.
Nah,
That's good,
Urban's
man.
a
It's good
I'm
that you
sexy
telling you,
have.
I'm
man.
You
6
do
feet
have good teeth.
tall.
You do have good teeth. You do have good teeth.
Yeah, you're
I
not
didn't.
gonna make me feel bad about my looks, bro. I'm
What do you
blessed.
think of that, Urban? What do you think of that Dutch guy?
He's cool. You know, I think some of it
It was a
gets
bit
lost in
odd.
translation, like their language and their culture is like a little bit. You know, I think that was most of the weird parts
It's very
because.
intense, and then he's like, "Oh, you need to build a raft. Like you're not doing anything. You're wasting time. Like motherfucker.
But
Like what
build a
am
boat was better than doing this. But I mean, I don't know. They like to build boats, the Dutch. So
Fuck
you
you,
know,
egghead.
it's a cultural thing. You know what I mean? That probably was like a phrase. You know how they be like,
He
you know
come
Disky.
in
what?
here like just sneak dissing. Like I'm wasting my time.
You
I'm
gotta
like,
get
I'm just,
into. You gotta get
No,
into
but this is
welding.
what I'm saying. Like he's probably translating an idiom or a metaphor that we don't know. Like, you know how you say like one in the hand's worth two in the bush or something like that, or like the early bird gets the worm. Like, you know, he's probably said something like that, but this doesn't translate good. Like you should build the
he
boat. Like
just
it's a
came
joke
off
over
like
there, but
he
they're
came
not. You
off
know,
like, oh, you guys are losers. That's kind of how his
yeah, that's what
energy
it
was.
means. Like if you don't got nothing to do, build a boat. Like it's probably like a Dutch thing because they build a lot of boats because they live underwater. Those motherfuckers, They're fucking Atlantis. They got like 20 dams and shit that's about to blow up anytime. It's crazy over there. But he was alright. He was cool.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. I didn't like his energy.
I'm telling you, they're all like that. That culture is weird to all. Like
Europeans are weird, bro. I'm telling
Anglo.
you. This is the thing. Like one of the things that I noticed about like race and like race realism is like I was at this resort. It was my ex's birthday. We went to this like fancy resort. It was like $300 a night. It was really nice. And they were all Europeans there. There was like 200 of them. They were from like France. They were from Italy. They were from Germany. And I just did not. They're just weird. I don't know. It's like I don't relate to them. You know,
Bro,
like
the
even though they look
Germans,
like me, it's like these people are like I can chop it up with you and blend way better than I can with like some European. They're always a little bit funny.
bro, Germans, Dutch, those people, there's something off about them. Like our cultures, it's a like Anglo American Western culture, and that culture, it never is gonna be in cadence. It's not gonna have a rhythm. They're weird. Like the words are weird. The way their language is. That's a lot to do with people and their outlook. You know? It's different. Like they got a word for when you feel that happy loneliness in the woods. They have a word for that in German and Dutch and all that. So yeah, they're different than us. You know what I mean? So yeah,
Yeah,
I never
yeah,
met one that I was like, wow, this guy's cool. Like to me, I was like weird.
yeah. They're always Europeans in general. They're kind of a little bit pretentious as well. I don't know. They're kind of uppity.
Yeah, they're super pretentious.
They're the
Yeah.
omega white people. Like whatever white pride people have because they're associated with Europe, like they're actually from Europe. So imagine them. Like they really think they're
Yeah.
Well, they look down on America for sure. The Canadians too, but I want to like a YouTube because
Canadians are weird. Canadians
I
are
guess
wild.
that Max, what's his name? Max, what the fuck is his Myron Games manager? He's been showing up on my
Oh
feed.
yeah, I saw that. I saw that. You sent me that.
Oh yeah, was that the dude that was in the space the one day?
Yeah, he was. That was JW. You
Yeah,
wanted
that's
to
it. I
grab a
actually
mic.
GG 33, some shit like that.
he's a super cool dude, man. I actually I thought
I
he was
don't
just
like
kind
Yeah, I
of.
told you you would like him. Like
Yeah, I like
he's
that
got a lot
dude.
of your views, except he doesn't do like the whole race realism, but he definitely criticizes culture.
Is he
He's a
the? Well,
weird
hold on
ass
a
fat Jew. That's all he is to me.
Is he the
Plays the
one that got?
numbers.
Did he get canceled? There was a producer. There was a white producer that was making a bunch of beats, and he said something and got canceled, and they stopped working with him. I think that might be him.
Yeah, he had some pretty big hits. He was telling me all of the songs he's produced for, and look, he had some pretty big hits.
No, I think he got canceled though. There was a white producer that I forgot. He was in a studio, and he said something. Just made a comment, like just a benign comment. I don't know if you remember 2020. That's what I kind of harping back to because that did have political ramifications. But if you said anything, just anything, just kind of that
But
didn't.
Glenn, life is like
Yeah.
that. Like even now with the Jews, they're so sensitive. You say anything to them, I'll be like, yeah, this Jewish guy, he fucking, he had a weird hat today. Oh, what the fuck, you anti-Semitic motherfucker, can't be. They're so like on edge, like right. BLM, there was a very sensitive time for African American people in America. You can say it was right or wrong, but it was. Just is what it is.
Well, the policy coming out of that. Well, that's why Trump won the election. Like you said, we're talking about the pendulum swinging. But this dude, if the guy I'm thinking of, he had like a real good career, and his whole career he just got basically canceled for making it was like a benign comment as a point. Like he just said something like "all lives matter" or something like that. He tried to bring up just something that was just kind of it wasn't nothing close to what I say.
He did that in the
Like he
hip
said
hop
something-
studio.
yeah, and they
Come
fucking
on,
canceled.
I
man.
wonder if I could get
And you
him.
want me to
I'm
feel
gonna
bad
I'm
for
gonna
him?
send JW the space. Look,
Gary
it
Well, he's
says
trying to
we've
Terry
fill
got
this
Crew,
platform.
$290 people
PG-33.
that have tuned in.
He
Look, if
wants
you're
to.
in the go ahead, bud.
Well, he seems like an uplifting dude, and I like the conversation he's having. He said the same thing on the space stuff, so I don't know if he just has talking points he runs with, but the idea was basically that we're going to go like there's going to be AI singularity, and there's going to be like once it reaches singularity, it's going to start spitting out a bunch of inventions that we can't imagine, and then we have basically trying to think how we're going to deal with that. Now, I think I'm a little conservative in that. I don't know that it's going to be as revolutionary as people think, but I mean, it's definitely going to open up a lot of things. Like I was just riding around in the art district by where I live and just thinking how clueless the people were. There are all these swanky restaurants looking at the art, expensive art, and that's going to be, I don't want to say obsolete, but that's going to be completely transcended by AI. But his view is that it's going to
Well,
transcend.
yeah. Look, I invested in Adobe today, and I'm not super bullish on the company because it's like how much of Photoshop, like, it used to be very technical. Like 90% of like professional editors used Adobe Photoshop. So I bought some of the stock because it's like it's half its like historical value for like price to earnings. But it's like, is AI going to take it out or is AI going to complement it? So I'm probably just going to swing trade Adobe. Because like AI, it really is. Like, it doesn't matter how big your business is. Even like a conglomerate like Adobe, if AI can just replace it, the key aspects, then what do you need it for? It's the same with DocuSign. I was looking to buy DocuSign today because I like
No, but
that.
it
But
it
now
depends.
ChatGPT has a DocuSign version. So AI is really destroying a lot of mode.
Go ahead.
It depends though, because if Adobe becomes like the leading edge on, they need to hop on the AI shit because look, it's like all these smartphones, right? It didn't get rid of laptops. It didn't get rid of TVs. It enhanced it. Now we're using more entertainment. We're looking at more screens. What it creates is more silos. So now it's a silo in X. There's several silos in X. There's silos in YouTube. YouTube is a silo itself. So I think in the future, instead of you looking at my content, you're gonna be looking at a movie that I created with AI, my movie, my idea, completely written out. It helped me enhance it, and you can consume my movie and be like, "Wow,
Yeah.
I had a good idea
Well,
for a
it's the
movie."
same thing they're doing
You
with
know?
Suno. That's what Suno is. Like people are getting record deals with typing in prompts into Suno, and like they're getting $1 million deals now, and that's completely AI generated. It sounds like a fully produced like song. It's amazing.
Well, the point I was
Yeah,
making
it's
is I
the
was in
future,
that art
bro. We're
district.
making our own contests. We're becoming the creators now.
But I want to make.
We're turning into not only consumers but creative consumers.
Well, that's the point I was going with, Urban, is that because we're chronically online, I kind of just see like, oh, somebody's gonna be doing it. Everybody's doing it because online, everyone is doing it. But I was in like the district, and you could just, I was just an observation. I was amongst, crowds of people, and I was just thinking how clueless those people are to the things that, like the song you could make on Sunu, or like some art you could make. So it's not in the. I wouldn't look to make money in the stocks. Like there's gonna be such a market for early adopters of AI. And to me, it looks like we're late, but I think we're probably early still.
Now it's
That's
super
why you
early,
need to get
bro.
on
Listen,
Suno.
after I'm done with these certs that I'm taking all the AI shit I can, just the basics, how to deal with prompts, how to use this. I want to get certified in this because this is the future, man. This is
And
the
you can
old
fake it to make it. Yeah, if you're an early adopter, you can fake it to make it, Urban. That's
Yeah,
wonderful.
you
I'm
gotta be
back.
the
I'm
first,
really
bro.
good
Look, I
at
had a
putting the
Jew told me.
prompts.
A Jew told me this, right? It's about the blue oceans versus red oceans. If you go to red ocean, everyone's fishing for the same fucking fish. You want to be in the blue ocean when nobody's there. You don't want to be the best. The best is gonna do it for the cheapest, the fastest. It's gonna make no money. You gotta do 1,000 of them a year. You want to be the first, because even if somebody's better than you, people just go with you because you're the Coca-Cola of it. You're the fucking Harvard Institute of it. You got the name brand. You got a chance to really be a brand when you're the first person, doing some shit. Like, if you get into AI and you become the biggest genius in AI, you could be like the fucking Bill Gates of AI. You could be the, Elon Musk of AI. So here's the opportunity. The market's there. I want to tap into that, man. I think everybody should be trying to compete in that market.
Yeah, I was thinking of using like some type of CAD system to 3D print art, or some type of something where you could make, like, you ever see the people where they they make money, like you said, to your point, these early adopters or people with a name. There's a couple people where they just kind of use some type of technique to sprinkle the paint. Like they'll have a bucket of paint and it'll be on like some type of pulley system or something that they're pulling with ropes, and just randomly, like I've seen one. This guy's, he's $20,000 a piece of art. He takes a canvas, he puts it on like a rolling, I don't know what you call it, like a rolling dolly, and then he would take a bucket of paint on a rope and it would just swing and make the art. So who's to say we can't do that with AI and some type of CAD system? If you could create, uh, like a
It's just
3D
a tool,
printer.
bro. Humans are gonna express themselves. I mean, you can't just make AI do it, because who wants to see the expression of an AI? I think that it might be a novelty at first. Like, oh wow, look, this is made by AI. But I think that'll wear off soon. At the end of the day, you want human feedback.
Yeah,
It's humans for
exactly.
humans.
It doesn't matter how good an AI song sounds. If I know an AI did it, I'm not gonna vibe out to it. It's like my song I made about blend. I could have done that AI version, but it wouldn't have hit so
I mean,
hard.
look,
Yeah, I woke up the other day. My name is Dog Brandon. Pay your debt. I was like, fuck. That was actually how long did that take to make? Just out of curiosity. 20
That
seconds.
was like a 20-second prompt, dude, and it generated in like 30 seconds. And the beat was sick. For my latest YouTube video, I needed an instrumental, but the problem is you can't just go onto YouTube and type in instrumental and screen record and add it to the video. So I got I got onto Suno and I said, okay, make me a very soft but uplifting instrumental. It made me this 3-minute long track, and then I just looped it into my video. No copyright, because it's all like original content.
Damn, that's crazy. And I'm thinking, because I thought about that too, to do like vocals for sampling, where you do like a vocal sample instead of, like, you seen like that Many Men song he made, but just make your own samples. The thing is, you can't prompt it with existing music, right? You can't say I want something that sounds like
No,
somebody.
you can. You can.
Oh, you can?
Remember the first one I made on and Fun Daddy? I said like the sound of Kodak Black. And then it kind of sounded like Kodak Black. So you can say like, you can't be super specific, but you can say like generate like let's say generate a drill song about eating donuts in San Francisco that sounds like Kodak Black, and it'll do that.
Oh, you can use existing artists, because I was asking
Yeah,
ChatGPT
yeah,
just
you
based on
can.
publications
Yo,
and
yo,
stuff.
yo.
And I was like, no, we can't recreate based on an existing artist.
What's up? I
Look at
got to
social
grab a
audio.
mic.
Yo, yo, yo. Is social
Here
audio
before
still here?
1K. So what?
No, one of the guys in the comments. Social audio. I recognize him.
Yeah, yeah. We've had
He
3
says piss
people
on
come and
has
tune
or
in.
hide.
Good. It would be good if we could get Johnny Somali here.
Thing about YouTube is it's maybe you could venture off spaces. You could just shoot the shit and have a free flowing topic. But I think YouTube, you have to have more content. You have to. It has to be like a setup debate or something like really structured, like a structured topic. I don't free flowing. That's not really. That's more of a Twitter thing, but it could
I
be
feel
something.
like if I got more people
You
though, if I
know,
could just got the 10, if I got 10
yeah,
regulars from Twitter
I see a
over
lot of
here, it
people
would just
doing
be
free
like
form
Twitter
content.
Spaces.
Yeah,
If I just got
I see a
10
lot of
people
people
in,
doing free form content. Now go ahead,
if I
Denise.
got Dark Brandon and Bulldog in here, it would just turn it into a Twitter space.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, like a lot of people on YouTube have panels now, and on those panels, people just they just talk. They just go from top to top.
Yeah. I mean, we had some good discussions, but I wish some more people would grab a mic. I'll
I
probably
think
end it
Jelani admitted that there's hatred and he just thinks it's justified. So he made my point for me that there's some type of karmatic embedded earned racism. I think he even said that white people earned it. So
I said
that was
earned.
great.
Yeah, I didn't say justified. I just said it was earned. But that's just due to consequences. Like consequences of actions. It's just the law of nature. And see, and here's the thing, Glenn. Anybody who would have done what white people did, as far as spreading colonization to all the 7 continents, they would be receiving the same backlash now. Any race that did that. But of
That's
course,
actually I look at it differently because Muslim and other people have spread the same way using enslaves. But the
again,
fundamental
not to the
difference is
extent. That's my
the
point.
fundamental difference is they killed and castrated their slaves, so they don't have to
However,
deal with
whatever
them
the
pissing them
difference was,
on.
Glenn, my point is, it was not to the extent that Europeans did, and whoever would have done that.
You have your revision. This is history revision, Trelawney. It was far
It's
worse
not
what the
resisting
Arabs did.
again.
Of course it
Glenn,
was. They cut their dicks off, sir.
the Arab did not
What
go
the fuck are you
to
talking?
South
You just
America.
don't know history. You just have a narcissistic view of history because you've been spoon-fed this nonsense, and you don't want to have the intellectual integrity or any type of intellectual inquiry that gets out of your box of victimhood. Because if you look at the way the world was, if you look at the way the world really was, and you measured it, and the net basis of how whites and Europeans have been the most altruistic group on the planet, that's why we have to suffer. The only reason why, you're right, everyone else that did slavery, they didn't let their slaves reproduce, so they're not here to complain. So because of the altruism, they certainly didn't free them. So because of the altruism, it's like the road to hell's paved with good intentions. But go ahead.
I got you. But listen. Okay, Glenn, all of that notwithstanding, but even let's just take the altruism. Let's just take the good, right? No good deed goes unpunished, period. And that's not even to include the bad along with that. If we're just talking about all the good that whites did, no good deed goes unpunished. There are even consequences to the good that was done. Not even talking about the bad. But now once we move to the bad, no Arab nation went to Australia and colonized it. No Arab nation went to North America and colonized it. No Arab nation went to South America. No Arab nation even went to sub-Saharan Africa to colonize it. Europeans were the only people to go to all 7 continents and bring their civilization and colonization.
You're confusing You're confusing means with motive.
Now you have all of the bad that you did do and all of the consequences from those decisions, Glenn. Like, it's the greatest it's the greatest dodging of accountability to act as if those consequences from those past decisions would not have an effect on today. Like, I mean, it's just the greatest scapegoat to try and obfuscate the consequences as a result of decisions made. No matter how.
I think you're missing. First of all, I think you're missing means. You're confusing means with motive. And I think if even the Africans that were enslaved, if they had the means, they
It
would have
doesn't matter.
conquered
That's
far
my
worse, and they would have done it far
point.
worse. The point being is, you're right, and that's my point, is that
my
all
point,
good.
Glenn. It doesn't matter. Whoever had the I'm breaking up. Okay. Well, listen, all of that, I understand the means and the motive. My point is, whatever race of people would have done the same thing that Europeans did, they would be receiving the same backlash and the same hate now, and it would be well deserved, Glenn. So it's not just about them being white. It's about the fact that just so happened Europeans had the means and had the motive. Just so happened. Let's just call it a coincidence. But because of that coincidence, and because they made the choice to do those things, these are the consequences for those choices, which any race of people or nationality would be suffering from had they done the same thing. So, I see somebody had a question asking about the asteroids. Did you want to move on with that, Davinsky, or?
Yeah, Gordo one. If you want to grab a mic,
He said here before one came.
Yeah, if you want to grab a mic here, I'm gonna put it into the comment section. You can. Oh shit. So in the comment section, you'll see that there's the link to join. If you want to come up on stage, you don't need an account. You don't have to show your face on camera. What do you guys think of this setup? I got the Kologi crew there. I changed it. It looks a little bit different.
It looks good. That's great. That's great.
Where'd Blend go? This really, like, your background actually looks real.
Yeah. Oh wow.
That's
cool.
That's
I guess it's probably just on the desktop version, and that's better too, like because it zooms in more. So that's actually awesome.
Yeah. Well, there's still 300 people watching us on live. Oh, Blend's coming back.
That's pretty
At
good.
stage. Listen, okay, let me shout out. Everyone, come on up. I am the debate king. I have not lost a debate in my life. If you want to challenge me on any topic, grab a mic. Description, StreamYards, you can join. If you're watching on X, go to my tweets. The most recent tweet, you'll see the StreamYards link, and you can just come on up. We got Blend here. Go ahead, Blend.
Can I respond? I want to respond. Yeah. And I disagree with the premise that any other group would suffer the same backlash, because I don't think they'd have the opportunity. That's the point I'm making. I think whites actually have a built-in, and you're exploiting that deficiency and defect where they're over altruistic and pathologically altruistic, and so that is a byproduct of whites allowing you to put this virtue into being either colonized or enslaved, where no other humans that are competing, and that's probably one of the reasons why they could form these bigger civilizations and more advanced civilizations, because of the cooperation and acceptance of other people, and that altruism is why they could build ships, why they could go and have an empire that was extended on every continent. So I completely disagree. If Africans from West Africa ever had the means and motive to conquer the land with their expansion, and they took prisoners, I don't think they probably wouldn't free the prisoners based on the way they act and the altruism within your group. And then if they did, they would not have the flaw where they allow those people to use political leverage by using propaganda and propagandizing their youth into thinking that they're guilty on some, because it's rewriting and your misandry of history, and you're just blatant one-sided depiction of American history.
Well, I mean, history would kind of disagree with that, seeing as how the Moors, who were a mixture of Northern and Sub-Saharan Africans, when they ruled Spain, they didn't kill all the Spaniards.
Those were Berbers.
Okay, right. Okay, but Berbers were mixed though. Like, it's very, very well documented. Berbers had a good mix of Sub-Saharan as well. So it's not just.
20% of the Moors were black Moors.
Right. Right. So like there was a good mix of sub-Saharan in there. But anyway, the point is they ran Southern Europe and they didn't genocide everyone. So like history like directly disputes your claim on that matter. It's a human thing, man. As much as you want to make it a racial thing, you know, just based off of the 0.0003% racial differences that exist among humanity, you know, that part of it does not exist within that percentage. I mean, it just
No, I'm saying
doesn't.
whites have no tolerance for this racial grievance, and whites, like I said, with affirmative action, there's no other group in history of mankind, and that's what probably bothers me the most. Not someone taking advantage of it, because you just want to take advantage of it and
But you
ha
can't
and
use affirmative
it's
action
comics.
though.
But there's no. Well, listen, if blacks become the majority in this the country, they're never going to be altruistic towards white people. Let's just be honest. If Dominicans, any group comes in here, they're not going to be altruistic. If Indians take over the country, these foreigners do not give a fuck. You can see that with the reparations debate. You can kind of get some of the more liberal ones, but on a cultural basis of the group preference, it's something only that exists within white people. And it's only exists within that species. Obviously, humans are more advanced, but I couldn't see an animal species doing something to their own detriment, the group of their detriment, based on this type of bullshit. So you can only exploit that, and it's only so long. It's my fair warning to you guys. You guys think that you can just keep exploiting that weakness. And number one, I think whites are going to come to the point where they can no longer subsidize the bad behavior as they dwindle in numbers and bring the immigrants in. There's just not enough. And number two is, you guys laugh about whites dying off in their birth rate, but if I was a brown person, that's the most scary thing in the world, because if whites die off, you guys are all going to starve.
It's not good, because you have to understand that black and brown people existed so many years before ever even encountering Europeans. So that's first and foremost on that. It's kind of akin to black Americans in America, right? Like recessions don't affect black Americans to the degree that it affects white Americans, because we are already living, for the most part, or used to living rather, as a culture, by basic means. Prime example with the Great Depression. Black people were not able to use banks during the Great Depression, so a lot of black people were able to keep their money because they did not use those banks. So if the shoe was the other way around, it's proven so much in America that the majority of white and black people absolutely love each other. You're on the fringe, man. Most black and white people would kill the other for one another in America. And so, if anything, just like you're doing now, when you're buying for white approval, so many black people buy for their white approval. They love their white approval. Even the ones who are pro-black, even ones who find themselves proponents of the black community and pro-black, they still subconsciously buy for white approval. They love white approval. So that in itself, kind of dispels your myth that if the tables were turned, that somehow black Americans would be more brutal to whites than whites were to
black Americans. Don't even treat themselves. Look how they treat each other. Look at the black crime within.
Hold on. This built-in actually white guilt. That's white guilt, what you're doing, because you believe that we somehow want to return the favor to you for what our ancestors went through. Well, that's your guilty conscience speaking. And even though you say you had nothing to do with it, that is the other part of white guilt that you all do not talk about. The fact that that particular thinking that someone wants to ingratiate you with the same treatment that our ancestors felt, in and of itself means that you feel like something.
No, I think you missed the point. I said you would never set up, if your group got an advantage in this country and whites were a minority, you would not set up. Let me answer my question.
Because black people are not that vengeful historically like that. Otherwise, there would have been a Haiti before there was a Haiti. There would have been a Haiti in America, and there never was a Haiti in America. Black Americans don't have the history of revolt.
You're missing the point. Glenn, can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir? Yeah, you're missing my point. What I'm saying is, if you ever got, I'm not saying that you guys would kill Whitey or none of that. What I'm saying is you guys would not set up affirmative action to lift white people up over black people. It's just not going to happen. You have such an in-group preference, and there's statistics that bear that's out. If black people ever were the majority in a situation where they controlled the most of the corporations and invented all the stuff,
I mean,
they would not
have to.
What'd you say?
Because we wouldn't discriminate against.
Well, you wouldn't just the in-group preferences. You know, guys are the most racist group, and probably on the planet and the whole world. You're the most racist and in-group preference group in the whole fucking world. To say that you guys wouldn't discriminate is absurd. I mean, it's already been showed in studies that you guys do discriminate and have in-group preference. Now, what you're mischaracterizing is I'm saying that if you guys ever had the means and controlled the corporations, ever actually invented something, you guys. Let's be honest, like whites did invent the majority of the entrepreneurship in America. And then what I'm saying is because of that guilt and that, which is a negative evolutionary. No, you don't let me finish my point. Because you're completely strawmanned and made an argument I wouldn't even make. I didn't say that they're going to go off and try to have a hatred against white people. That wasn't even my argument. My argument was that if they're ever going to put in positions of power where they could discriminate against black people to favor white people, they would never do it. Because they're not that stupid. Only whites are that
Here's
stupid.
The thing, though. We would not have to create affirmative action for whites because we would not discriminate against whites in that way. That's the entire point. There would be no need for DEI. There would be no need for special treatment of whites because black people would not do the same thing that whites did to us. So there would be no need for these programs. We would have a need
so many. First of all, that's a separate argument, and I'm calling cap on that too because there's so many studies that show the in-group preference. How many commercials are shop at my black-owned business, come to this black-owned grocery store? Like it's nonstop with your community.
Why do those things exist, Glenn? Why do black-owned businesses exist, Glenn? Like that's what I'm saying. See how you.
Why do they have to be called black-owned business? Why can't it just be a business? You guys have to sit here and say, "Let's shop at this black-owned business."
Glenn.
When I go to the gas station. When I go to the gas station, it doesn't say Pakistani owned. Why is it called black owned business? Because that is a mechanism to get people to spend based on race as some fucking racial pride. You don't go to a gas station and say Pakistani or Korean owned gas station.
You cannot deny that. That's the whole point. You're trying to deny the fact that black people were not allowed to have businesses with whites. So they had to have black-owned everything. See, you're trying to deny that. Pakistanis never had to come over here and have Pakistani-only businesses or couldn't walk in white businesses.
That's not true. Target has a whole section. That's not true. I'm talking 2025.
Especially not to the extent that black Americans had to. Again, they get to check white on the application. So you cannot deny the history of why black-owned only things exist. They only exist as a result of exclusion. You cannot now that we're 50 years, so-called 400 years of black exclusion. Like, come on, dude. That can be compared to no other race because no other race went through that much exclusion to that particular extent. So it's very disingenuous.
But other groups would just start their own shit without having to have inclusion of whites. That's the problem. You're forcing yourself in a white proximity, and then when you do it's such an outliner. When you have your own business, like put in Target, they have their own section. These are all black-owned business, and it's not. They're all failed businesses that are just being propped up by Target, a white company from whatever they're from. I think they're from Europe. So that's the point I'm making. Is that you can't, and you're telling me that. The reason why they have these black-owned section in Target is because of segregation. It's just complete cap. It's complete nonsense. It's because of the pandering and racial preference within your in-group. Because I can't have a whites-only business. This is a white business.
I think he dropped out. He'll be back.
Oh, damn. Yeah. I think my internet connection sucks anyway because it's like, it keeps just cutting out. It'll come back in, but like I don't really hear half the shit he's saying.
Yeah, I can hear him good. I think it is a problem on your end.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think it's on my end.
Guys, if you want to join, go to the description. The StreamYard's link is there. You can just join up. You don't need an account. You just put in a username. You can come up. You can be off camera if you want. It's almost 11:11. Make a wish.
I had to take a bite of my barbecue. I got some barbecue wings over
Yeah,
here.
I just had something. I was starving. I just had some Oreos. So which state are you in right now, Mississippi?
Texas,
You drove or you flew there?
bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I drive. Yeah, 8-hour trip, so just about a day's ride. Well, not even the full, just a working day's ride, rather.
Yeah.
I just recently realized how small the UK was. But you're not from the UK, though. You're from Australia, so Australia's pretty
Yeah.
massive.
We got
So
to
you're
drive
probably used
really
to,
like 10 hours to get anywhere in Australia.
right? Okay, yes. So
Yeah.
you're used to it then. You're used to it.
Yeah. Like if you want to drive from Sydney to Melbourne, you're looking at like 10 hours. You want to drive like all
Yeah,
of our capitals are pretty much like fucking 10 hours away from each other.
right,
That's what I
right.
like about America though. You guys can drive like 10 hours and pass through like probably 5 or so different cities.
Oh yeah. Oh man, no, way. You mean five or six different states, not cities.
Yeah.
We passed tons of
But
cities.
every one of your states has like 3 or 4 cities in there that are like, actual skyscrapers and
Oh, you're
even
talking
cities
about major
people have.
cities.
I'm just talking about like cities with skyscrapers. In Australia, we only have like 6 cities really with skyscrapers. We've got Sydney, Melbourne, Perth, Brisbane, Gold Coast, and then Darwin, Adelaide, and Hobart are small cities. They don't really have skyscrapers. But you got like at least 2 of those in
Right.
every state. And most of those
Oh,
cities,
okay,
most
yeah.
people have never heard of. But you've got that skyline, you've got like
Oh, yeah.
infrastructure there.
Yeah, pretty much every big city is gonna have a skyline. So like in Texas, you got Dallas, you got San Antonio, you got Austin, you got Houston, Louisiana, you got New
Yeah.
Orleans. New Orleans is probably New Orleans and Shreveport. Shreveport is okay. It's not really too much of a skyline in Shreveport, but most definitely New Orleans. But yeah, like in Texas, you can drive 10 hours and still be in Texas. Texas is that big.
Yeah.
Texas is so large, it goes from a green, like green environment, like with trees and grass and everything, to desert. What's the right word? Biome? Yeah. So Texas has 2 distinct biomes. It has a green and flourishing biome to the east, and then to the west, it's completely barren and desert for the most part.
Yeah. Well, I might end it now, man. It's been a pretty long Twitter, YouTube collab. But I
Yeah.
appreciate you for coming out. So yeah, bro. Any closing thoughts?
Well, glad to be here. Thank everybody for tuning in. We really fucking appreciate it. Like, so please, follow here on Twitter, follow on YouTube. Well, so subscribe on YouTube, follow on Twitter.
You're cutting out a bit, dude.
I believe we should do this and kind of.
Next
I think we
time
should
we
do this.
do this, we're gonna bring in some more people. So, I'll plan it out and get some more speakers in the panel because we need. I think that like 4 or 5 speakers throughout the show will keep it more lively.
Right, most definitely. Most
Peace
definitely.
out, Jelani. Thanks for coming, man. Big
Okay,
help.
man. See you. Thanks,
Bye.
everybody. See y'all.